Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Thursday, November the 4th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of Trading Room. Gonna get a quick sound check, please. Let me know you can hear me and see my screen. Thank you. I got to start a little earlier today. There is so much happening. Just as I was completing my list, all of a sudden some of these stocks started showing up. So we've got SSYS, we've got Triple D. SSYS is an earnings play. Look at this big gap now for it. So much happening this morning. I know a lot of you, of course, follow Moderna, mRNA, just getting clobbered here. Missed revenue, not guiding as well for the next quarter. mRNA down 14%, $49. Big area to try to sustain here. You can just see on that daily chart, 291 right down there. It's at 296. So keep an eye on Moderna. For those of you who don't mind playing a little more expensive stocks. And what was the other one that was sneaking in as I was just, I can't find it right now. But anyway, let me go down my list. There's just a ton of stocks this morning. EVAX. Is this an earnings play? Can't remember. No, they have earnings on the 9th. EVAX was a big gap up after hours. I don't see any specific news for them. This got all the way up to 20. Are you kidding me? This got up to 54.90. Is that correct? That's what it says. I have no idea if that's. Anyway, I don't know what is going on with EVAX. I can't see any headline for them. Anyway, I mean, it has obviously come down from the 54, but it is still up at 20, which is still 207%. Crazy low float. So obviously I have to keep an eye on this one to see what transpires. This is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. PETS, PETX. I think they did a financing, but it gapped off on the financing news. Had a big run after hours. Another one that did that. PETX. You know what? I've got the wrong symbol. Is it PETZ? What is it? What's the symbol, guys? Somebody can help me. It's not. Oh, there it is. It is PETZ. Okay, so it's PETZ. It wasn't PTEX. Sorry, I know I copied that down wrong. So it's PETZ. Had a nice gap up after hours, something to do with the financing, and it's holding that gap. QNST, I got to race through these. I have a whole list of them. QNST is an earnings play. QNST is an earnings play, released after hours, got up to 20, still holding nicely. The 200-day moving average is at 19 something, so it did pop through briefly after hours. This is one that, I'm looking for a couple that might, I don't see any that's really standing out, but RMNI, this could be a potential short all day. There's a 200-day moving average, it's below that. It has room down to about the 6th level. So there's RMNI, potential all day short. And it's an earnings play. VYNT is gapping up, and again another one I just don't see any news on it, but it is a great gap up so far, holding 24 million in the float. QCOM, stellar earnings report, obviously, or the reaction to it. QCOM released earnings after hours yesterday, and it's continuing to move higher here. You can see what it did yesterday. It basically closed right at the 200-day moving average, and now it's way above it. OCGN was gapping down a little bit. OCGN. I almost took this short here just underneath 11, but we'll have to see what happens on this one. OCGN. Of course, it's been a super active of a trader, got all the way up to, up to 1770 yesterday. This is the other one I was kind of looking at for a potential, I call them all-day shorts. Once the market opens, they just kind of keep drifting down. MGNI, take a look at MGNI, another earnings play. After hours, it got down to 23.48. You can just kind of see, I mean, it's been, the last few months, it really hasn't done very much, but it is now starting to drift down after its earnings. FSLY is an earnings play. FSLY is an earnings play. And I think it gapped up. Another one that released earnings after hours, got all the way up to 65. Nice, look at that gap on the daily chart now. There's another one that I'm kind of looking at as a potential short. CNHI is an earnings play. I think it's a cheaper one. It's not as cheap as I thought. Okay, so CNHI, another earnings play. Now it is starting to rebound a little bit here. You can kind of see that if it can get down to these levels here, though, there's nothing to hold it. Again, I'm just have to wait for the market to open to see the reaction. Now, remember the AUPH yesterday is one that I wanted to, was really looking at yesterday to short on the market open. It didn't do it, but it later on presented us a great short. Just show you what happened. So I was looking at AUPH. I saw this big gap down, and I think right at that level here, it was right around here. And when you look left, there was a huge amount of room underneath. I thought, man, if it could ever keep going down, take out that area, massive void underneath. Just didn't do it. But then look what happened later on in the day, and it was beautiful. Skills, SKLZ. SKLZ is another earnings play, and it was gapping down. It still is gapping down. Another one released earnings after hours. It got down to 1070-ish. Love these headlines. So DBGI, Digital Brands Group, pop up. Why? Because we're accepting crypto as payment. Big whoop-de-doo. Anyway, 14%, 3 million shares, 3.7 million shares. Okay, that's your news. BGFV, this is kind of a earnings play, continuation, BGFV. BGFV, you can see it had earnings. Come on, there we go. BGFV had earnings yesterday, pre-market, I guess. Post-market, November 2nd. So basically the reaction was yesterday. So it released earnings after hours the day before. Here's the reaction and a continuation, almost an all-time high. I guess the all-time highs are up here, 37.75-ish. So just a continuation. FSR, I was noticing FSR is a gap down. Fisker, is this an earnings play? I can't remember. Yes, it is an it is an earnings play. FSR is an earnings play, gapping down a little bit. It is starting to rebound now. UPLD, another earnings play. This is another one that has a chance to be one of those all-day shorts. UPLD, big gap down after hours down to 21.91. Okay, but look at this gap down on the daily. I mean, this has a chance to be one of those all-day shorts. UPLD. Again, it's another earnings play. Not very much volume yet. I did see the HIMS, yes, some kind of a deal with Walgreen. It popped up on that news, but it faded badly. I mean, that faded really badly. I almost, I just wasn't quick enough. I looked at that and I thought, wow, unless it continues, this could have a big fade in it. And there's a dollar fade off that, and that was shortable for me. But again, it just was too quick. DNOW. DNOW is continuing to march higher. Okay, got up to 9. Probably a lot of resistance right around that 940 level. Still has, that wouldn't be bad if it, from here to got there. There's a 200-day moving average. So it really doesn't have a ton of room. Not a ton of room. And then just as I was opening the room, NKLA was gapping up. Let's see if it's holding its gap. See if there's any news on it. So it is an earnings play. Okay, so it is also an earnings play. NKLA is an earnings play. Nice gap up on the daily. Of course, this has been a really beaten up stock. Strategy for gaps? Well, I've got to wait for the market to open. There's no real strategy for them. I mean, you've got to wait for the market to open. I'm just pointing these out right now in the pre-market. These are stocks that are, active in the pre-market. I typically don't trade for the first 15 minutes anyway. Kind of let things settle down. And then I always want to make sure that there's room on that gap. Make sure there's room on the daily, weekly, and the monthly chart so that, if the gap continues, that it could still keep running. So it's not like, at 9:30, this is what I do. I always wait about 15 minutes anyway. And let's see. Another more expensive one, LSPD, I see is gap down on earnings. Tons of earnings calls, guys. This is the last big week. This is the last big week. We'll have some today, of course. We'll have some tomorrow. We had 1,200 companies releasing earnings this week. We're down to 600 next week, and after that, it'll probably be 300. So this is the last big week for earnings. Here's another one. Com is another one. I mean, there's just so many of them. Com is another one. Another earnings play. Let's see, 876. So it's a big float. Again, I'm just pointing out stocks that are moving in the pre-market. I thumbnail a few of them just to see what happens once the market opens. Kind of track a few. Put some price alerts. This one yesterday, XRTX had the big gap, and it did nothing really all day, and then all of a sudden it became alive again, just towards the end of the day and in after hours, and it looks like it's trying to keep going here, and it's a low float, XRTX. Give me a moment here. Okay, now 9:16. Let me just do a quick look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. See if there's anything interesting. I'm hearing CLR also. CLR probably an earnings play. CLR probably an earnings play. Yes. Oh boy. Now this is the one. This is the one, guys, that could fade most of the day. Look at this. I mean, what a breakdown. There's the 200-day moving average way down there. So this one could be really interesting all day long. I have to thumbnail that one for sure. Again, it's a matter of waiting for the market to open to see how it trades. I will never hop into this. Even if I thought this could be an all-day trade, I'm not taking it now. I don't know. The market could open. It could have a little spike up. So I'm not going to take it yet. Wow, we've got a lot of upgrades, a lot of downgrades this morning. So let me get a few of them in here. I see that D now had a upgrade. Reliance Steel RS upgrade by Goldman. KNBE upgrade by Goldman. right, I don't see any multiple upgrades or a down. Well, I haven't got the downgrades in yet, so I'm going to take a look at the downgrades now. Starbucks downgraded. I don't know if this was an earnings play. Of course, Zillow keeps getting hammered here. Okay, JP Morgan on a CLR downgrade. Yeah, definitely more downgrades than upgrades this morning. See a couple of downgrades for CLR, a couple of downgrades for Corvo, QRVO. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. Yeah, Pamela, it is one of those, believe it or not, it wasn't actively used, and that's what, so it literally did not make the cut, but you can always request it. Well, you can always go back to the original channel bar and find it and extract the ones that you want, but it just wasn't actively used, so I had to make a decision. It hasn't gone away completely. You can always request it. It'll be archived somewhere. You're talking about the Traders Vault. All right, guys, now I do want to take a look at the docked channel bar, and we're going to take a look at the sector status, see what's happening. We have a positive open in store, and let's take a look at the individual sectors to see what they're doing. Okay, so this is what you're seeing. You're seeing the major sectors, and for instance, I always look at XLE energy. So there's the major sector for the energy. For the energy sector, or the major ETF for the energy sector. These are the stocks that make it up, and you can see that 100% of them are up from yesterday's close as we speak. Okay, 100% of them are up, so that's what those percentages refer to. Communications, 82% of them are up. The rest, nothing's really jumping out. Okay, but here we go. But again, energy. So if you're going to take an energy play today, as we speak, of course, this can turn. This can turn around once the market opens. But this is what we're looking at pre-market. Yeah, you can always request it, Pamela. I mean, it'll be in an archive somewhere, or as you say, you can go to the original channel bar, take a look at it. But yeah, they had to make a decision. We had too many channels, way too many channels, and a lot of them were overlapping. And even though it doesn't sound, as you say, you don't understand it, but it just wasn't actively used. Yeah, NPTN, I do have a note here. NPTN, I was going to mention that one. NPTN, I had a note here. It is a buyout. Earnings also. When I first saw it, I thought, wow, okay, big gap up. Big gap up. And then the minute you see this flat line, you know that 99.9999%, that means it's a buyout of some sort. So that's why it's probably not going to do anything, Dwayne. Okay, guys, I'll be right back. What time is it? 9:23. I'll be right back. All right, here I am back, and let's see, anything else sneaking in just before I shut down my pre-market scans layout? Okay, Sava just got halted, guys. Sava just got halted. So, William, as you said yesterday, there are no halts in the pre-market, other than maybe for, well, obviously there are news halts, but maybe not volatility halts. Sava just got halted for news. So, this is a big uh-oh moment, maybe. Another one that's on the march here is this DM. DM is on the move here. DM, not an earnings play. So much activity. Boy, that's a big gap now. You can take this out right here. This is around, well, that's a 906, so it's above this area right here on the daily chart. Let's back this weekly out and see what sort of resistance there is. The next high looking left is 982 for DM on the weekly chart, so this has some room to run. Just trying to see if there's any specific news on it. This is okay, so DM, I don't see any specific news on it. You know what's having a bounce is Zillow, Zed. Look at Zed. Let's take a look at Zed. Zed is having ZZ is having a bounce. Boy, there's so many guys, it's just hard to keep track of them all, but here's another earnings play that is moving down, QRTEA, another earnings play. When I saw it, I thought, I wonder how much room it's got, because it looks like 10, just underneath 10, could hold it up, but it's another earnings play. There's probably another earnings play. Let's take a look. FRSH, not an earning. Well, it was November 3rd pre-market, so it's a continuation off earnings for Fresh, I guess. Let me make sure of that. FRSH, yes. So it's a continuation. Had a choppy day yesterday. You see that big topping tail, the big bottoming tail, settled here. So it was down for the day, but trying to recover a little bit. Another earnings play, man, oh man. LUMN getting close to that 200-day moving average. LUMN getting close. I think these are the guys who are, I think they are the ones who are buying the buyout with Neophotonics and PTN. I think that's what I can remember reading. Let me see if I'm right. Lumentum. Let's see if that's the same company. Lumentum should be. I don't know. I mean, it says Lumen Technologies, so I'm not 100% sure. It sounds like it should be, but yeah, Craig. That's what I'm really. I'm hoping to find one anyway. Yeah, thank you, William. 1 minute to there, 20 seconds to the open. Let's have a great trading day, everybody. It's been a super exciting week so far. And again, I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. Gonna let things settle down a little bit. I will miss the ones that run right from the beginning, but that's okay. And here we go. Man, what a great short that would have been, this HIMS. Okay, this XRTX just poking above 5 right now. Again, it's too early for me to take any of these. Now, the MGNI is definitely one that I'm interested in. Look at the MGNI. It tried to get, I mean, it had some activity up to 24, 23. It's back down below 24. Just look underneath. There's a lot of room. This is an earnings play. This could be the one that's going to be drifting down. I'm talking about the MGNI. We already get to pre-market or after hours yesterday, 23.49. There's the Lumen, guys. LUMN. Just mentioned that one. LUMN. Boy, there goes the MGNI. This could be the slow bleeder. Not such a slow bleeder. Oh, there it goes, guys. MGNI. I mean, there it really goes. MGNI. Whoa, yeah, you're right. XRTX just got halted on the way up. It had an after hours high of 586. I think this was determined yesterday. What happened is it looks like it's an IPO here, but it's a Canadian company that got listed here or this month on NASDAQ. So it's not an IPO, it's just a new listing on NASDAQ. Boy, look at the Lumen. I didn't mention this one, the CNCE. I did not mention this one pre-market. The reason is I thought there was just too much resistance up here. All right. Oh man, we've got Fat Boy. Fat Boy again active. This was incredibly active yesterday, but you've got to be awfully careful. There's only 4.5 million in the float. You see how choppy it was. It got halted several times yesterday. So just be awfully careful with it if you're going to take it. If you're new to trading, I would just leave it alone. Okay, there's a big reversal for CNHI. Big reversal, CNHI. Excuse me. Red bar ignored right there on the 15-minute chart. We have an uptrend. We have that red bar engulfed by the previous green. Green bar continues. Now, I did see this one in the pre-market also, the BTTX. Of course, this was very, very active a few days ago. How many days ago? 4 days ago. Got all the way up to almost $30. And there's the BTTX. But again, we don't even have float information on it. All right, guys, MGNI. It's a bit of a rule breaker. MGNI. Going to be interesting to see what this Sava news. Okay, here we go. Here is your Sava news. Okay, guys, this is going to be something today, guys, with the Sava. If you see the news, reports were reviewed by the Journal of Neuroscience. I'm assuming that's an accredited body. Shows no evidence of data manipulation, etc., etc., which was the whole reason for the big thumping of it. So this will be really interesting. Again, I don't know who the Journal of Neuroscience is. I don't know. I'm assuming that is an accredited organization. So that could have a massive, massive move. Okay, EVAX, yeah, you're right, EVAX was halted. Look at that, LUMN. XRTX just resumed. But the real reason was the data manipulation, though, wasn't it, Grumpy? I mean, I thought that was that's basically fraud assertions. COMM, guys, COMM is an earnings play on the way down. Now, take a look at that monthly chart, 876. Boy, this could be an interesting one also as something that keeps drifting down. It's a big float, which is fine. Meanwhile, EVAX, okay, so it got halted and it resumed. I guess it got halted on the way down and it resumed. Well, data manipulation, I mean, I don't know. I mean, maybe it's just semantics, but if I read data manipulation, again, maybe it's just semantics. So I don't mean fraud allegations. I mean, maybe they didn't use the word fraud, but you hear data manipulation. So maybe fraud is too harsh a word. Okay, well, whatever happens, it's going to be interesting. Look at, now, again, guys, this is a tough one. HUDI, I pointed out because I can see it's gapping up. Okay, this had an insane day yesterday. Stratasys continues off earnings. SSYS continues off earnings. Great move here. You look left on the monthly chart, the next high is 41.91, so yeah, it's getting a little bit close. Now, I may be totally wrong with this CNCE. I I'm thinking that this is the area that could really stall it. 381, ton of volume coming in. You can just see, look at the daily chart. Look at the previous days. This is, you're just obviously really standing out. Lots of volume coming in. Trading 14 times normal right now. All right, let's take a look at the VYNT. This was active in the pre-market, really just kind of chopping around a little bit. Fairly low float, 24 million. Not a lot of volume, but it is 41 times normal. I'm sorry, that other one, that was about 1400% of normal. So there is the VYNT. And when we look left on a weekly chart, what do we see? So I see 327 as the next high. If it can somehow get through that, then 351. And if it can get through that, then the 4 level. Just have to look at these, look left on these higher time frames. Check to see where the next highs are. Doesn't absolutely mean it's going to stall there, but many times they do. All right, this one was really active yesterday, but it really faded badly. If you look at this one, I mean, ARTL got up to 131. I'm sorry, this is a few days ago. It was active again yesterday, and it broke down to 85. I mean, it's still, I mean, it's up again. I think it actually had an upgrade this morning. However, I'm seeing it coming into, looks like a big resistance area on the weekly. It's a low float, 23 million. I don't see any specific news. Okay, so I guess the news for this is that Wainwright, for whatever reason, has put an aggressive price target on them of $4. And that was on Monday coverage of the stock. So that's what caused this spike up. But I mean, look at this. I mean, yeah, great. Popped up to 130. I mean, that's a huge percentage drop. So, but that is the reason for that bump on Monday. Quick look at the market. So little disconnect. We've got the Dow down, SPY's up, and NAS is up. So little disconnect, but not much. Okay, well guys, you can see how wrong I was about CNCE. Look at this. So that did not hold it at all. CNCE, now it's coming right into, well, I was just going to say, you had shorts available. It came right into the 200-day moving average, 453. If this stops it, print this chart out, all right? That would be a classic. Okay, people ask, you know, what is the relevance of the 200-day moving average? Well, again, if this does stop it, you can see it got right virtually to the penny. 449 it got up to, and the 200-day moving average is 453. See that green line on the chart? All right, we're almost 15 minutes in. Meanwhile, LUMN, I can't get a confirmation if these are the guys who are actually buying NPTN. You know, there's a similar name, but I don't want to say that is it. But it's also an earnings play. Broke right through that 200-day moving average. Just soaring higher off earnings, LUMN. Now, this is getting ripe for maybe a short. Yeah, somebody mentioned GoGo had earnings also. So many companies today having earnings. Nice gap on the daily for GoGo. I'm hearing SGMO for some reason. SGMO, is this an earnings play? Of course it's an earnings play. Wow, look at this. Didn't see, no real reaction to earnings pre-market. Look at this. Hardly anything. Market opens, kaboom. SGMO. Okay, there's OLB, guys. There's a big pop for OLB in my watch list. Of course, they did yesterday. They announced, I think it was yesterday, announced the financing. So, but it was above. It never. I don't think it got down to the financing price. So, it looks like it's trying to stabilize. Of course, 2 days ago, it got up to 12. All right, now BCRX yesterday, all day short. I didn't take part in that one, and it's continuing down. This was an earnings play, continuing down BCRX. This is one that I missed. Look at that. I mean, this is on the 15-minute chart. I mean, look how beautiful that was for most of the day. Always just simple, SMA, simple moving average. It's the one that is universally used. Oh wow, EVAX. So EVAX got halted on the way down again. Okay. Yeah, I think this is just never shortable for me. I don't know what happened here. If that was just one of those fat fingered trades. $54. Are you kidding me? $55 after hours yesterday? And that might have been just a brief, but it's still up 136%. Problem is, it's not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Yeah, I don't know. Like our data, it looks like this is 54. Well, whatever. It's 50, 54. You're right. I'm looking at an IB chart. I don't see this, but up to 55. I do see 50, but at any rate, it is craziness. BGFV continues its move here. Choppy though, you know. Look how choppy these are in the first little while. I mean, look, the market opens at 9:30, big bottoming tail all the way down to 33. How would you have felt if you said, yeah, I'm going to take this one? All of a sudden it drops down to 33. Then in the next 5 minutes, it gets up to 37. And then the next 5 minutes, right back down to 34. You know, I mean, that's why I don't like trading in the first 15 minutes. Things are just so unsettled. But we may now have direction after 15. Meanwhile, Fat Boy just continues. Again, if you're going to take this, just be awfully careful. It just got halted again. Oh boy, sorry. Something on a personal note. It'll be fascinating to see what happens when Sava comes out of its news halt. All right, so Triple D on the back of SSYS, okay, same sector of course, 3D. So SSYS has earnings. There's a big pop for SSYS. Triple D is following, and it has earnings on the 8th. But there's SSYS and Triple D. Look at the gap for SSYS. I haven't seen yellow for a while. YELL, used to see this, it was very active a few months ago. YELL, it is an earnings play, another earnings play. So release earnings after hours. Yeah, after hours yesterday, no huge reaction, no big reaction this morning, and then all of a sudden the market opens and kaboom, and 567, 12 times normal, just looking at the volume. Okay, MGNI, after that little bit of a pop-up, let's see how well it holds under 23. The other one that I was thinking might be a bit of an all-day short, not yet anyway, is CNHI. Actually, it looks like it reminds me a little bit like the AUPH yesterday, so that's why I will keep an eye on it. Checking the AI, nothing happening there really. Couple of alerts, but nothing shaking there. Market is still strong. Look at that big base, the 15-minute chart for the SPY. Market is still strong. Dow is down though. NAS is up. SPY is up. All right, well, I see this one is moved down now. VYNT, always a little bit suspect when you can't see any news at all. I don't see any news whatsoever. I'm talking current news. I know there's news from before on the 27th of October, but I don't see any current news for VYNT. All right, Fat Boy just came out of its, wow, I mean, came out of its halt. And a social media pump, sure. So this is off, so triple on Fazoli's acquisition. So they're making an acquisition. That was yesterday, of course. And then social media grabbing a hold of it. Such a low float. All right, we're out of the halt for Sava. Let's see what sort of reaction it had. I'm sorry, we are not out of the halt. I'm sorry. It is just, okay, I see what's happened. So another alert in the halt resumes, and now it's saying halted because of extraordinary events, okay? So it's just a continuation of the previous halt. This is what I'm talking about. You see, we had the halt for Sava down here because of news, and now they're adding because of extraordinary events. So it did not come out of the halt. Oh yeah. I'm going, oh yeah, to William. The news, well, do you have trade ideas, D. Calhoun? I mean, it's right there. It reports no evidence of data manipulation in 2012 article. 2012 article? Is that right? Should that be 2021? All right, guys, MG and I on the move down. All right, well, at least that one is doing kind of what I wanted it to do. Okay, here's another one on the move here. HCDI. Didn't see this one at all. Choppy though. Look, got up in the pre-market, got up to 264. A lot of volume coming in. Low float, 11 million in the float, so it is another low float situation. This will easily trade the float today. Look at that, 7.2 million have traded already, 11 million in the float, so this will easily trade the float today. Yeah, we don't talk about how many shares we take or how much we make in the room. Okay? From yesterday, guys, this is another one that I did not take yesterday that was just an awesome short, the PLTK, another earnings play. Yet from yesterday, missed out on a few of those. So is it at the low of yesterday yet? 2168, yeah, so it's below yesterday's low. This is almost an all-time high. It's only 4% above its all-time low. Sorry, all-time high. It's almost at an all-time low. Meanwhile, SGMO is, I'm hearing it. When I say hearing it, this is text to voice. right at that 200 day. And I remember I said, was this the one I was talking about that got up to the 200 day? And then, no, I think it was another one. And then it stalled. Now look at that. I mean, it may take that 200 day out. Of course, if it does, the next high looking left, 1221 on the monthly chart. And Sava is it open? Yeah, Sava is open. Wow. Okay. Well, there's a reaction. Funny, we don't have it listed as open, but there is the reaction. Look at that reaction, guys. Hopefully nobody was short this one before. Surprised it's not halted again. Just on a volatility halt. And just got halted on a volatility halt. Just did get halted on a volatility halt. Just one moment, please. I'm hearing AFMD also. AFMD. This is on the way down. AFMD on the way down. Is it an earnings play? The answer is not yet. AFMD though, wow. Now coming into maybe a support area right around 6. So for those of like bounce plays that could maybe bounce off 6. A halt here. MD. This might be an okay. This is an IPO, I guess. MDXH just opened. MDXH just opened. Okay, guys, I'm out of my MGNI short. Made a little bit. I'm going to revisit it later to see if it wants to really come down harder. I'm going to have to put an alert down here for MGNI. I got a little greedy on it. I was hoping this would really start to move it down even further, but it's getting a little around 2273. See if it resumes down at some point. Wow, Fat Boy just continued again. All right, HCDI making another move here after a little bit of a pullback. HCDI, there's that 200-day, not that far away. All right, I'm going to have to start eyeballing the CNHI. CNHI. Ooh, Sava just resumed. Pop up to 80, I think. Wow, what a Let's take a look at the next high looking left on the monthly chart. Is way up here, of course, at 126. I'm sure it's got to be halted. Yeah, just got halted again. Fairly decent short float percent too. A couple of things here, guys. I mean, the float itself is very low, 37 million for an $88 now an $88 stock. Also, almost 10% of it is short. So there's some. This is pretty gut wrenching if those people who are still short. Okay, guys, Yell over 11 now. Nice little pop here. Out of a little bit of consolidation. Some volume coming into Yell. It's an earnings play. This is really interesting. It's an all-time high. Definitely keep an eye on Yell. Longer it holds over 11, this could start to really romp again. And I'm going to tell anybody to buy it. I'm just saying, just look at what it's doing here. Some volume coming in over 11, all-time high, earnings play. Oh, Cam, I don't know. Of course, it could be. Could be a multi-day runner. It could also, all the people who came out with the report accusing them of manipulation, they could come out and say, we don't agree with the Journal of Neurosciences. I mean, anything could happen. I don't like to make any predictions like that. Let's put it this way. I don't think that whoever made those accusations is going to take this, say, oh, I guess we were wrong. RCII, are you an earnings play? Yes, so Rent-A-Center, wow, big earnings play. Also, look at this one on the way down. It's sort of out of the price range I like to trade, but no, this fat boy just, It just came out of its halt. There, guys. Let's see, what is ANIP doing? Is this another earnings play? ANIP had earnings on the 1st. This was the reaction, starting to drift down now, though. ANIP. Boy, this got halted again, this fat boy. So definitely a social media stock now. No reason for this real run. 25, what did it get up to yesterday? 25.50 or so? All right, now you guys have been talking about ALZN. Okay, ALZN, maybe a bit of a sympathy play with, of course, Sava. And there it goes. A lot of volume coming in. Alzheimer play, of course. Okay, wow, look at Sava. Just got halted, resumed, 90, up to 95, 96. As Zach predicted, this might hit 100. Another one just resumed. This looks like it's an IPO, guys. Evo. Well, with EV in the name, probably an EV in the EV sector. Evo. All right, so the CNHI, this is one I'm kind of eyeing a little bit here. You know, my initial reaction, there it is. So it's basically flat right now. It was way down here off earnings. Meanwhile, Sangamo, man oh man, Sangamo, SGMO, through that 200-day now, off earnings, didn't see no reaction whatsoever pre-market to earnings. Just flat. All right, so what could this do? There's the next high looking left, 1221 on the monthly chart. Let's check the weekly chart, 1170. So it's got some room on the weekly chart to that 11. I'm not saying it's getting there, but Yeah, I'll be right back, guys. Be right back. Okay, guys, so back. Zillow's having a nice bounce, you know. ZZ is having a nice bounce. No, straight up SGMO, SGMO through that 200 day. It doesn't always stall it. I think it stalled it originally. I can't remember the one I asked you guys to print it. Can't remember which one that was. That hit the 200 day. It had a big topping tail. Came right back down. I can't remember if it was the SGMO. I don't think it was. I think it was another one. Does sorry, you mentioned Radi, RADI. Yeah, Marty, if you're new here, yeah, I don't tell anybody what to buy or sell. I indicate that I'm looking at something, and I maybe say, if it takes at a level like this, I'm interested. Wink, wink. But I'm not a financial advisor. I cannot tell people what to buy or sell. So, I mean, if you have trade ideas, I mean, these are all ideas that have been generated by my scans. And if I mention something, if you're new to trading, well, for me, I'm a momentum trader, so I'm always looking. Anything I'm seeing is typically at the high or the low of the day. So if I'm going to take it on a long, then what I'm looking at are the higher time frames, the daily, weekly, monthly. So I may point something out and may say, hey guys, look at this. It's got a lot of room. It could run. That doesn't mean it's going to. Doesn't mean you should take the trade. It has to meet your trading plan. Sort of wink, wink on the yell, right? Okay, I mean, it hasn't been great, but I'm still wink, wink. What can I say? NKLA, okay. NKLA through the 200-day moving average now. Earnings play. Still interested in this CNHI. See if it really starts to move down from here. This is one that my bias was to short this earlier, but it obviously had that rise. It has just barely gone negative again. Okay, so this one, QRTA, this is now starting to really sink on earnings. You know, originally this had a little pop up, but look at this. I missed this one. Missed this one. This is one of those ones that it could just keep drifting down. You look left on that weekly chart, there's really nothing holding it up. Look left on the monthly chart, 670. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but there's really nothing holding it up, and it got down through that magic 10. All right, guys, so I got taken out of the yell. Little loss. Boy, I got lucky there because I see that big bottoming candle, but I'm still interested in it. But I did get taken out of the yell. It looked pretty good when it was up around 11:15 or so, bid ask 11:15, 11:18, but all of a sudden we had that. So, but I'm still interested in it maybe later on. See if it gets back over 11. I think it is an earnings play, but I did take a little loss on it. It's trying to get back over 11. I put an alert here around 11:04. Oh, no, I missed it. Don't tell me I missed. Oh, so the radii, I've not really been able to follow my option scanner today. So what happened with the radii? 1742 was the alert. It got up to 1770, pulled back somewhat. Sen Camo, 1117. All right, so this is still interesting, okay? Talking about my option scanner. So the alert was at 11:17. Didn't really do too much from the alert, so I'm gonna put in a price alert around 11:14 and see if it takes that back later on. NVVEW. Is this a warrant? I got to type it in correctly. NVVEW, okay? NVVEW. Always the simple. Listen, I would say it's the SMA, okay? Never the EMA on the 200-day. Never. I would say that very few use the 200 EMA. And I know there's probably somebody in the room with their hands up. I do. That's fine. It's just that it's the one that's virtually universally used is the 200 SMA on the daily chart. This one was got hammered yesterday. HOLI got hammered yesterday. Another one that I missed on basically an all-day short, having a bit of a rebound. Okay, the Magni that I got chopped out of earlier, MGNI, getting interesting to me again. I find it useful. I don't pay attention to. I mean, I know where it is. I'm certainly aware where the 200-day is. I know where the VWAP is, but I don't have any strategies constructed around it. Yeah, I can see why though, Zach, after the car fiasco for you a couple of days ago. Very understandable. Good morning, Tank. Okay, guys, so as things have slowed down just a little bit for me, first of all, welcome to the room. If you're new to the room, welcome. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time, sharing my screen live on the mic. And I always start off with about a 10-minute review of trade ideas, okay? So bear with me. Okay, so I just put my link to my home page. If you're in the main trading room, it's always here for my homepage tab also. So if you click on it, this is what you'll see. So we have 4 plans, okay? Here is a promo code you can use if you want to take out a subscription. 15% off the first month only or the entire year. If you click on Get Trade Ideas, I say we have 4 plans. Annual, monthly, premium, standard. So annual, $22.68 a year minus the 15%. Standard is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The big difference is the AI, which is not doing anything particularly great today. It's early though. You don't have to have an annual plan. You can certainly go month to month if that's what you want to do. So standard premium 118, 228, less the 15%. The discount, if you go on a monthly plan, is only good for the first month. So in other words, if you maintain a monthly plan, this is what you'll pay going forward. So a lot of information on my homepage. That's why I'm always suggesting save my homepage link. These are 3 free sections. So the trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Stock of the day video that I do at around noon Eastern. And all the education that we have here. We have a very comprehensive user guide now. If you're brand new to Trade Ideas, I would take a look at the 20 introductory lessons first. It talks about top lists, how to create them, alert windows, how to create them, okay, all the way down to the AI. So I would take a look at this first. Afterwards, you can dive into the user guide. Daily support sessions. Today is Thursday, so I do moderate a YouTube room at the same time as this one. I do take a break at noon. Between 12 and 1, one of the other traders takes over. I believe it'll be Jamie today. Before I take my break, I'll put the link into the room. Daily webinars. So we do have one today. Today is Thursday. We are on the Tuesday-Thursday cycle this week. Next week, it's the Monday-Wednesday. And so you can sign up for them all right here. And if you're new to trading, completely new to trading, or just getting started, this is a great little video series. It starts off with what is a stock? Okay, so it's a great little video series. And then this section right here, the scans that I'm sharing. So I am sharing a layout. The layout looks a lot like what you see on the screen. And I'm also sharing a lot of other scans. My moving higher with unusually strong options, which I love. The 10-day daily breakout and breakdown. I concentrate on these, but I have a lot of other scans that I'm sharing. This is what I use in the pre-market. Gap up and down share, pre-market actives up and down share. These are the ones that I use in the pre-market to kind of maybe get a focus on what might be happening once the market opens. So again, a lot of information on my home page, especially in these two sections. Save my link, then you can look at these anytime you want. Give me a moment, please. Give me one moment, please. Just trying to figure out if I'm going to do something here on a trade. All right, so what is Trade Ideas? If you're new, Trade Ideas, we are a scanner. We scan the U.S. stock market. Doesn't matter who your broker is or where you live in the world, you can use Trade Ideas. Don't understand your question, Joe. On you, yeah, you just have to change it. I can't answer you. I don't have Think or Swim, so I can't answer you specifically, but you just have to change it from 9 to 200. I don't have I don't have Think or Swim. So again, we scan the stock market. So if this is an example of a scan, if you want to build your own scans, this is how you would always start. This is what I'm looking for in this particular scan called Basic New Highs and Lows. I'm looking for a price between 1 and 20. Current volume is 8, trading at least 8 times normal, etc. All I'm really trying to show you is this is the concept you start off with filters. Otherwise, because what happens here is if the filter requirements are met and a stock makes a new high or a new low, I get a real-time alert. That's why we see these stocks, okay? Obviously, if I had no filters and all I had was, well, tell me when a stock makes a new high or a new low, I'd be inundated with alerts all day long. So you always start off with filters if you're going to create your own scans. The good news, you don't have to learn a programming language. I right-click, configure on an alert window, and then click on search. Here are all the alerts that we have. And when it changes to this icon here, these icons, these are the filters that we have. You don't have to learn them all, of course. Sometimes they get so overwhelmed with trade ideas and think, well, how am I going to learn them all? You don't. What we've done is we've created enough alerts and filters that we feel that for the most of our customers, they can combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. We have thousands of customers, all sorts of different trading styles, so you don't have to learn any programming language. But I take a look at, say, a Microsoft manual, okay, for Word. You don't have to learn everything, do you? Probably most of us just have to know how to print, maybe change the font, things like that. So you don't have to learn everything, but they're all here for you if you do want to create your own scan without having to learn a programming language. really eyeballing this SGMO, guys. You don't have to do the same thing, but I'm really eyeballing this SGMO. Came from my option scanner, 1117. Have an alert set up here around 11:30ish, see if it takes that out. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Well, you can see why I waited on the SJMO. I mean, it looked good up here for a bit. You know, I have my alert set for 11:30. Wanted to see if I could take that out. It may do it later. It's an earnings play, so it will be active all day long. It's a big float, 120 million in the float. Yeah, I don't try to anticipate a break, you know. I mean, I just put my price alert. If it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, I just move on. I'm still interested in Yell. You know, I got knocked out for a little loss on it, but I'm still interested in the Yell. There's a big bottoming tail down here. Takes out that 1107. It could get rolling again. And again, it's an earnings play. So you know it's going to be active all day long. But we need some volume, you know, we need some volume. The volume is tailed off on the 2 minute. So we just need some volume. You know, so it's back over 11. How to use them? That's up to you. I mean, it's pretty. It's laid out. I mean, you have the, you know, I mean, it's laid out pretty well. It shows you a potential entry, a potential stop. How you use it will be up to you. I can't really expand on that anymore. I mean, you know, when you look at it from the dock channel bar, strength alerts, and so here is the blurb. You know, so how you use it is up to you. You know, I mean, here's one. I mean, I don't, these are more longer term plays, but, you know, fast. So there's a suggested entry at 57, a stop at 55. If it meets your trading plan, you know, go ahead. And this is all available if you're a standard subscriber or a premium subscriber. You get this. This is an entry level product for $17 a month. But if you have our product at all, standard or premium subscriber, you get this. Just have to access it from the strength alerts in our toolbar. So again, I'm not trying to you know, dismiss your question, but you know, how you use it will be up to you. I mean, so if you're asking the question, well, do I take every alert? Do I do this and that? I mean, that's got to be completely up to you. Maybe some of them are outside of a price range you'd like to trade, but you kind of have to have your own trading plan to think, okay, yeah, I like the idea of, you know, of a particular stock. I always like to look left again to see what sort of room the stock may have if it wants to run. All right, the Sankam was getting closer again. It's GMO. Again, I'm just looking at it. You don't have to. Okay, guys. Well, let's see what happens. Well, it hit the options at 1017, and the price was 1117. So, of course, that's why it was. Well, I saw it earlier. Obviously, we saw it here. I mean, way down here at 1062. That was the very, very first alert for it that I saw. I mean, it may, obviously it could have come in somebody else's scanner earlier than that, but that's where I saw it first, and then it did show up in the option scanner also. All right, guys. Well, mini winner so far for SGMO. And I always say it like this: don't be afraid to trade it. Okay, and that doesn't mean when I say that if you're in it, don't be afraid to trade it. I don't know where it's going. It all depends how many shares you take, of course, but CPRI shortable. I'd say, well, you're asking. It depends on your broker, of course, but shortable at Interactive Brokers, tons of shares available, 5.5 million at Interactive Brokers. Wow, Sava is right back up, guys, and don't know if it's halted again. I can't tell if it's halted again, but Sava right back up. So it got down to 77, so there's a $10 pop. It's not halted right now. Okay, let me talk a little bit about this window that we call Brokerage Plus, this big blue window that you see here. Okay, so if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, you can actually use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas, okay? The link I put in there has 2 videos. The short video shows you how you can connect to your E-Trade account, your Interactive Brokers account, and use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas. But listen carefully, if you don't have an IB or E-Trade account, doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. It just means you can't use this feature. It's just an option, okay? I don't use it. I trade from within IB myself, but it's a feature that if you want to use it, it's there if you have an IB or E-Trade account. The second video is a lot longer, goes into a lot more detail about how you can use this, and it also very relevant to paper trading or simulation trading. Notice here, and this is only available if you're using our downloadable application, not available on the web-based version. So when you see there's an option right there, Brokerage Plus, 2 options underneath, live and sim. Okay, so again, the live is if you have an E-Trade or IB account. If you want to use it, you can trade from within Trade Ideas. Otherwise, if you want to practice trading, which I absolutely recommend if you're new to trading, practice, practice, practice before you commit money to the market. It's a paper trader simulator. It uses our real-time data, so it doesn't matter who your broker is. Are you talking about from within this Brokerage Plus? I have a question here. AI, are you talking about from within Brokerage Plus? Or just in general, external linking to IB? I mean, I do it all. I do it all the time. So I don't understand the question. Really? It should be so simple. Tools, external linking. I'm not going to do it. I don't want to destroy my link. Okay, but you just basically you just have to if I click on edit link, you just have to choose in the drop down menu Interactive Brokers Live. And now it should be connected. There's really nothing more to it. Now, if it doesn't work, I don't know how I can help you. You're going to have to go to our tech support. And linking, just in general, what this linking tool does, it's a time saver. Okay, meaning that when I click on an alert, for most brokerage platforms, you can set up a link so that instead of having to type the symbol in all day long into your broker platform, when I click on it, it'll load into your platform. And then from there, you trade it. It's nothing to do with this Brokerage Plus window. Yeah, I'm not sure how I can help you, AI. I've linked using this forever. If I wanted to, you add the link, you get the pop up. I just put it in my order entry, and then follow these rules. Once it's done, then I follow the rule live, and that's it. If it's not working, I'm going to have to send you to our tech support. I'm sorry, I just can't help you. No idea why it wouldn't be working. It's a very simple link generally, but I'll send you to our homepage and you can ask them. Okay. Hard for me to know because every computer's systems configurations, it might be something like that. But go to the homepage and just start a live discussion and have them ask the question. Okay. No, he's using IB. He's using Interactive Brokers, so. Come on, one more. Morning, Real? You don't need a premium account. The connection is, whether you have a standard account or a premium account, doesn't matter. Again, tools, external linking, and add the link, follow the instructions, just use the rule. I can't help you. You're going to have to go to our tech support. Sorry about that. If it doesn't work, because I can't, there's nothing I can vary and say, well, try this or try that. No idea why it wouldn't be working for you. Let me ask you this, has it ever worked? I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. So I always like to show how you can use, when you're practicing trading. Let's say you wanted to take this Sangamo, okay? But you didn't want to take it right here. Maybe you wanted to take it on a pullback to say 1120, okay? So you pick how many shares you want to do that at. Of course, you'd have a stop ahead of time, but I digress. So I'm going to put 1120, both boxes here in the price and the stop box. I'm going to click on the buy button and you'll see a blue line will appear on the chart. So if Sangamo gets back down to 1120, it'll take the trade, okay? Now, if I don't want to do it, something happens and I just, at the time I thought that would be a good deal, but I don't want to do it now. I just have to go to the orders and right click and cancel it. Okay, I'm going over this quickly. This is all covered in the user guide. But I just want to show you how you can do something like that. And now we'll also talk about, let's say I wanted to take this Yell trade right here, okay? Right here. We're going to talk a little bit about money management. And the idea that, not every trade is going to work when you get into them. I'm going to take 500 shares. I'm going to show you why. I'm going to buy it at the market. It's only a 3-cent spread, so I'll buy it right at the market. See, it took it at $11. I'm going to put a stop at 1080. And I'll explain why. I'm trying to make the math easy. And you'll see when I do add that stop, a red line will appear on the chart and it'll say minus 100. So what that means is, if this gets down to 1080, I'll be taken out for a $100 loss. So how I trade, many in the room trade, they always have a price you're going to get out of the trade if it's not working for you. All right, you can't. In other words, I get in at 11, and if it may be a great setup. I might think it's. Again, I'm just using this as an example. When I am taking a trade, I do have a checklist, and I'm actually looking for all sorts of reasons not to take a trade. I know that sounds contrary, but I'm looking for reasons not to take a trade. Now, in most of my scans, a lot of those reasons are already covered. In other words, I know the price range. It's going to be, I can put a check mark because it's going to be in the price range. It's going to probably have the minimum volume I need, so that'll be a check. Probably the relative volume, in other words, it's trading abnormally, that'll be a check. So most of my scans, I can already say, okay, check, check, check. But for me, again, because I'm a momentum trader, I'm always looking left to see what sort of room a stock may have, where it could hit the next high looking left. If it's very close, I'll probably say I'm going to take a pass on the trade. So unless I can check, 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 then I will not take the trade. But even so, just because, I think it's a great trade, the setup is great, earnings, everything looks great about it, it still may not work. So I have an out. I have a price I'm going to get out of the trade. Where you're going to establish your stops, if you agree with the concept that you should have a stop, that's where the practice comes in. How I do it, I kind of size up a chart. I think, okay, there's a nice support area. If it breaks down through that support area, I should be out of the trade. Others, assuming it's a decent setup, may take a look at the previous 5-minute candle and say, okay, I'll get out the low of that, or maybe the previous 15-minute candle. You have to practice. Maybe a moving average. You're going to have to practice to get comfortable to where you're placing your stops. I'm going to let this now. I'm going to watch to see. I'm going to show you how this is going to take me out, probably at 1080. We'll see if it gets down there. Now, why $100? Why does it say minus $100? Well, notice I took 500 shares. So if I were truly in this trade and I knew I was getting in at $11 and I knew my stop was at 1080, the next concept is, well, how much you're going to risk on the trade? If I lose on this trade, how much am I willing to lose? So if you have a $5,000 account, I'm hoping you're not going to be risking $1,000 a trade. So in the simulator, I'm always risking $100. Just want to make the math super simple. That's why I took 500 shares. Why? Entry price 11, stop price 1080. The difference is 20 cents. If I'm risking $100 on the trade, I divide 20 cents into $100. I get 500 shares. So another concept. I'm not trading the same size amount every trade. It will vary based on the difference between my entry and my stop, and then I divide that into how much I'm willing to risk. And my risk amount is essentially the same every trade. I don't risk, you won't see me in the simulator. Again, I'm just using this to show you. I'm not going to risk $100 one trade, $300 the next, $50 the next. I try to keep my risk amount the same every trade. Okay, so important concepts, where to place a stop, and then how much then if you take the trade, how many shares are you going to take based on how much you're going to risk on the trade. Now, very hard sometimes to obey your stops, especially when you first start trading. It's very exciting when you first start trading. It can be nerve-wracking, and you get into the first trade, or even if you're trading for a year. I know people that just still won't obey their stops because they get stubborn. They think, man, oh man, this is such a great setup. I don't care if it hit my stop, it's going to come back. So instead of that $100 loss, it starts turning into $200, $300, $400, $500 before you finally say, oh man, how stupid was I, and you sell. Now, sure, there are going to be many times where you say, I'm not going to pay my stop, and you're down to 200, and then it comes right back, and then, wow, I'm winning. Sure, is it going to happen? Of course. But, the times that it doesn't happen, you can really destroy your account. So that's why we're saying practice trading, practice, practice, practice. The simulator, it's there for you. It's part of our standard service. And it uses our real-time data, so it doesn't matter who your broker is. You can also practice swing trading, because if I don't take out a trade at the end of the day, then it'll carry forward. So you can practice swing trading. This is my miss for the day, QRTEA. This is my miss for the day on the short side. Look how beautiful it was. I did see it, but distracted in a few things. But why I'm saying it's beautiful, okay, there's the gap down, and then it rested here. There wasn't like a giant green candle that would have wiped you out of the trade. Another leg down, another rest, no giant green candle going to get you out of the trade. These are the types that, you just love to get into because they're, there's just not a lot of whippiness. And typically, look at the float. It's a big float, so you're not going to usually get, a lot of whippiness in a trade that has this much in the float. Now, my stops, that is the worst I want to do on a trade, okay? So I place my stop, and so on this particular, again, I'm showing you, this is the worst I want to do, okay? But I reserve the right, if I don't like the way something is trading and it starts drifting down to my stop, maybe the market is starting to affect it or something like that, I can always get out earlier, okay? So, but that's the worst I want to do. My stop is the worst I want to do. And these are hotkeys, so if I want to get out of a trade, I just highlight the trade, flatten it. I could get out of half my trade, or I could double my position. For the time being, I'll just keep it in here to show you how, it can take you out of the trade. No keyboard hotkeys, no. These are the only ones here. Well, this didn't see this one in the pre-market. Why? It didn't do anything in the pre-market. PFIE, Profire Energy, another earnings play. Low float, 29 million in the float. Big pop right there. Looks like they're, I don't know, I mean, not wild about these really cheap ones. So did you go to our tech support AI to see what the problem is, why the connection is not being made? All right, let's see. Yeah, there's the pullback. Remember, I have this pullback, 1120. Then just to demonstrate how you can do it. All right, CNHI. Just don't know how dynamic this is going to be. Again, my premise at the beginning was a potential short because it, looked like it had a lot of room underneath, but it popped. But now it's starting to do the slow drift down. All right, open door. Wow, look at open door. Just a straight up. But, now I know it showed up in my option scanner, but, so remember I talking about the check marks. First of all, it's too extended for me, so I would never take this trade right now, okay? Number one, look at that on the 15, it's straight up, number one. Number two, I look left. The next high is 24.94 and 25. I mean, these highs right there in the daily would prevent me from taking this trade right now. Now, I've been wrong before. This could, this could just accelerate right through like nothing. But, this is, one of the things on my checklist. I'm always looking left to see where the next high is on the daily and then the weekly and the monthly. I think if it's too close, then I just don't take the trade. It's that simple. And if it runs without me, oh well. Oh, it's just the latest alert. That's all it is. It's nothing more, nothing less. There's nothing. I don't even forgot it even existed. It's nothing more, nothing less. Yeah, I'm not saying that Sangamo take it at 11:20. I was just, I think real it was. Don't want to. I don't want people to misunderstand what I'm talking about. So you see, it took the trade. Okay, I was just demonstrating how you can take a trade on a pullback. Okay, you can place a pullback price. I'm not saying that that's where you should take the trade or anything like that. Just showing how you can do it. Notice, got out of the L. See, it took me out of the L. Took that $100 loss. Now, what I like to do is I like to have these three. Today's profit is sort of obvious. That's telling me, currently what my profit is in a trade. The max P&L is telling me, okay, here's the absolute max you could have made if you were still in the trade. I mean, obviously nothing major with the Sangamo right now. But what you wouldn't want to see is, say you were in a trade and you saw the max P&L was say $500, and then but your current profit is only say 100 or something, or even worse, negative. You wouldn't want to see a $500 profit turn into something that's only $100 or even worse, negative. So that's how you can kind of manage your exits. Okay, see how good your exits are. Now this one is pretty cool also. This is telling me that where I got out of this price, where it took me out, and of course it got auto stopped out at the 11 or the 1080. Right now it's popped 13 cents from there. Now typically what you'd love to see if you get out of a trade, you'd love to see a big negative number, because that would mean that, okay, I got out of a trade and now it's way below where I got out, which is, of course, pat yourself on the back, say good exit. So these are good gauges to see how good are your exits. Fuel cell, let's take a look at fuel cell, FCEL from Zach. I find this a very, very difficult trader intraday anyway. Look in the 15-minute chart here. Look at these topping tails, bottoming tails, topping tails, bottoming tails. You have to understand what these all mean. You know, I mean, it's just tremendous indecision. I mean, at one point the buyers had it right up here, 963. The sellers said, no way. Started knocking it down. You know, up here, it's 963. Sellers knocked it down. Then at one point the sellers had it down here, and the buyers said, nope, we like it. So, you know, it's tough. This is, to me, very, very choppy. I usually just steer away from them. Don't even think about it. Well, we get through 1150, we could have a big boom for Sangamo, guys. Yeah, I don't look at 1 minute charts at all, so I couldn't help you there if it's it's a bull flag or any sort of pattern. I don't look at 1 minute charts, so 2 minute chart maybe. I'm not a big pattern reader like that. Wait, I'm just looking at Bitcoin kind of taking it. Well, Dak, I know you're short QRTEA. I wish I could have joined you. I don't know where you were short from, but this is probably the nicest one I've seen today in terms of a short or even a long. I mean, just very steady. QRTEA. Yeah, I don't know how new you are to trading, Pete, but I mean, 1 minute, I mean, even 2 minute. I have this for a specific reason, but really I just look at the 5 and the 15, and then, of course, my longer term time frames. I mean, 1 minute you can get chopped up and down so easily. Well, this is just, thou shalt not chase, but boy, I'm tempted. You look left on that monthly chart. Look at this, 648. I don't know where on the weekly chart the next low is. Let's see, it looks like it could be here. 864, so this still has room. Wow, son of a gun. Too bad. Take out that 1150. Look at the volume for Sangamo, guys. You see, look at the volume. I'm not talking about the absolute volume. Look at this on the 15-minute chart. We really haven't had any lack of enthusiasm, I'll call it, okay? I mean, all of a sudden, you know, if you see all this and then all of a sudden the next one is, and the next one and the next one starting to, then that's usually when you start getting some selling. But I mean, now this has not been super easy, in my opinion. It's been a little bit choppier than I like, but nonetheless, if it takes out 1150, we could have another run. But it's the volume that is just being sustained. Yeah, my only issue, of course, William, is right here, though, right around 25 for open. It's a ton of volume, you're right. I mean, 121,000 contracts. It's 3.8 times normal. But, you know, this is just, to me, could be a lot of resistance right around that 25. Oh, I see. Okay, yeah. I'd be looking for... See, my issue is this. Yes, if I thought it would get right to 25, sure, I'd take it at 24.47. My problem is I think that a lot of traders like myself will always be bailing before. So it's not going to, it may not get there. All right, guys, I'll be right back. Okay, I am back. Okay, so I still have a little bit of focus on the L just in case. Okay, he's just kind of resting. I did take a little loss on this one. But just in case it's just kind of resting, I want to see. But you see, look, okay, here's classic. Look at the volume. See how it is now putrid? Okay, you see all the excitement at the beginning, and then it's just tailing off. So for me to take this trade, for instance, I might put an alert, let's say around 11:16, okay? So I'm going to put a price alert right there. See how easy it is. If you're not using our price alerts, you think you're doing yourself a disservice. I think, you know, it's so easy to do it. But what happens is, if I get an alert, if it hits that price, it doesn't mean I take the trade. I want to see if it's on volume also. In other words, if I think one of the problems that a lot of people may have is they look at maybe a consolidation and then they get a pop and they say, great, it's getting out of consolidation. But if there's no volume, then there's no enthusiasm. It could fall right back down. So unless I see a big volume bar at the same time, I won't take the trade. There, guys. I'm totally in my personal account. I'm totally out of the Sangamo. Just don't like the way it's kind of chopping. I'll take a look at it again if it maybe makes over that 1150 mark. But I'm totally out of it now. Boy, I'm looking at Bitcoin here, BITO, the ETF. Yeah, taking a bit of a header here. I don't know what Bitcoin is right now. 61,000. Thanks, Becca. Yeah, so yeah, the market's starting to fade just a little bit here. We've had 45 minutes. Well, it's 11:19, so this candle hasn't been another 11 minutes or so before it closes, but a little bit of a fade here. Dow is down, tech is up, so we do have a disconnect in the market today between the so-called value stocks and growth stocks, okay? Markets close early today. Why would that be, Dak? Why would the markets be closing early today? The answer is no. I bet. I mean, I'm just wondering why you would even ask the question. Next market holidays are, in fact, they're not closed for Remembrance Day. I think that's kind of a shame, but anyway. But the next market holidays for U.S. markets, anyway, I guess, are your Thanksgiving towards the end of the month. Well, the MGNI, which I also I got greedy on it earlier, and I took a little loss on it. Um, Starting to move down now. This is the one I really had high hopes for. I thought it would be a little bit more like the QRTA, sort of a steady down move, but it's been, chopping around. Okay, guys, so I wanted to leave this in to show you again what I'm talking about. So at one point in the Sangamo, up $82. Okay, I mean nothing incredible, but up $82. And now, so if you didn't trade out of it at all, now you're down 61. So there's what, about $150 swing right there. Okay, that's why I'm saying, keep an eye on the max P&L versus the today's. You don't want to have something. Again, I'm not saying 82 was a big run or anything like that, but you don't want to see something where you're up, a substantial amount turn into a loss. So this is how you can, keep an eye, especially, so practice. Practice, there's one thing, entering a trade, I mean, we hear this a lot. Entering a trade, no problem. Just hit the big buy button if you're going long. It's exiting a trade, which can be really, really difficult, knowing when. Yeah, I see it from the AI. It's, I don't usually talk about the AI alerts because it's not fair, but I mean, it's interesting. I mean, it's an earnings play. It is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. The low got all the way down to 25. So had to pop up. Now, whether it keep drifting down, I don't know, but that's up to you, of course. I don't like to talk about it too much because it's an AI trade, not fair to those of you who pay for the premium service. Okay, this could be a little bit interesting. This IMMR, guys, it showed up on my option scanner on the way down. It's an earnings play, has a little bit of room. I mean, there's the next low looking left is 710. So at 754, that is, that if it got anywhere close to 7, that'd be a nice percentage move. Let's see, 32 million in the float, so it's certainly not a high float, not an excessively low float. Ah, the agony. I kept saying I wanted to keep watching the CNHI, and I lost sight of it. Zillow on the way. Whoa, look at Sava. Interesting. Sava's on the way up again. I thought maybe it would just kind of give up 80 and maybe slowly drift down, but it is back. It's testing 90 again. Sava testing 90 again. Oh, thou shalt not chase. My goodness. QRTA. Well, Dak, you've still got room, and I know you know that. Actually, Remini was the other one that I was looking at as a potential short, but from the get-go. Another earnings play through the 200-day moving average. You look left on the monthly, a lot of room. Look left on the weekly, it had room. Just, now, listen, in May, if it takes out 8, what was the low here? 746 pre-market. You pumping stuff again, Zach? Yeah, okay, well, there's the volume that's coming in. You can see there's the pump. You can see the pump right there. All the volume that's coming in. Okay, we have a halt. Oh, this is a Turkish stock, right? Yeah, this is the. We have a halt for news actually. This is not a volatility halt. TKC halted due to news. And we have another halt for Fat Boy. I know it's Fat Brand, but more fun to say Fat Boy. Fat Burger. I mean, this is. What do they do again? Fat Burger, Johnny Rock. All these Ponderosa and Bonanza, are they still around? I guess so. All the healthy places to eat. Hence, fat brands. Truth in advertising. Another cheap one showing up in the option scanner, ASXC, but again, look left. What do you see? I see some resistance, not that far away. So it's just not that interesting to me. Um, I said a few weeks ago that I actually thought I would put at a $5 limit. Anything under five, I didn't want to see. But then, the odd time you do see something that's under five that has a lot of room and it can really run. So I thought, you know what, I'll just leave. I won't put that price range. I won't up the price range to 5 min, just in case. And it's not like we get so many alerts in that option scanner that becomes overwhelming. Okay, so I do see this one showed up, NPTN. This is a buyout though, okay? When I say showed up, it showed up on the option scanner, but it is a buyout, so I wouldn't think this is going to really do anything. Now, but it's interesting that, okay, so Needham maintains a buy of 16. So, you want to print a great chart? Look at that 5 minute chart for QRTE. I mean, just look at it. Very no wild gyrations up and just steadily down. Oh, absolutely. I just, again, I saw it pre-market. You know, I had it on my list. I don't think I talked about it. I did have it on a sort of what I call my secondary list. I just didn't think it would be this dynamic with that float. 366 million in the float. But I mean, it's just been wonderful. All right, guys, it is now 11:33, so I just want to confirm that it'll be Jamie in our YouTube room taking over for me at noon. Oops. Okay, I'm just looking at the 2-minute crosses reel. I'll start. I forgot to to load it this morning. I'll start watching them now just to see how good they are. I just don't. Well, I see MGNI gave the cross here. Okay, guys, I mentioned the IMMR. And again, this is from just the reverse, moving higher. This is moving lower with unusually strong options volume, 765, sorry. Yes, 765, 736 now. Let's see if it picked up on GoGo. No, see, I'd really upped the relative volume reel, so it would not pick up on GoGo. If I don't up that, I think we have a minimum now of 8. Okay, if we don't put 8, you'll have even right now I'm looking. There's too many alerts. So But it is interesting. I mean, these new photon, it is moving. I mean, that's a nice move, 48 to 72. Well, this is a little bit strange. You don't normally see something like this, you know, when a company announces that they're being bought out. And I don't know, and it seems like this was a planned. So you don't usually see a pop off, but hey, it can happen from time to time, obviously. All right, guys, I'll be right back. All right, I am now back. This MGNI has been very frustrating for me. All right, guys, I'm just checking to see if it is Jamie in our room, YouTube room, and the answer is Yepers. That's how he answered. Okay. All right, so what I'm going to do at 11:42, okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to put the YouTube link in. I'll be taking my break in about 15 minutes, okay? I'm going to put the YouTube link in if you want to head over there While I'm on my break, Jamie will be in the YouTube room between 12 and 1. Haven't even looked at DWAC today. Yuck. This was the other one that I was interested. I completely lost sight of this. I hope it hasn't done anything crazy. Yeah, this is the other one that I was looking at as a potential all-day short. Just really hasn't done it. You know, I had the big gap down after hours on earnings, and was just doing kind of nothing. I thought it would just start to fade. I mean, there's really no support for it. I'm just staring at something right now, guys, to see if it's going to break where I want it to break. Otherwise, I'm going to exit this short I'm in. RADI, so that actually showed up my option scanner on the way up and also on the way finally. Sorry. Give me a moment here, guys. Okay, I just don't trust this one. I've covered some. I'm talking about the MGNI. I was waited seemingly forever for that 2250 break. However, the IMMR, wow, that is really moving. Sorry, guys, I'm just having to watch this MGNI. I don't want to see it take a big pop up or anything. Ah. YTEN. Yeah, it's just I'm hearing it right here. YTEN. YTEN. Yeah, some volume coming in. YTEN. Haven't seen this one for a while. Used to be a very active trader. Remember these days? Of course, it's back in 2019. I think I probably did some reverse splits or something like that. Yeah, I had to do some reverse splits to get that float down there. So pre-split adjusted, this was a $70 stock at one point. This one yesterday was sort of an all-day shorter. Also, look at this one, ATY. This was an earnings play. All time. Well, it's not an all-time low. I don't have no idea where the all-time low is. It says I don't believe it. It says it's 4% above the all-time low. How can that be? I don't see anything over there unless it changed symbols and there was something even lower. No, I'm short MGNI. It's not been easy, but yeah, and I'm going to be taking my break soon, so I have to figure what I'm going to do. I want to have a workout, but it's going to be hard. Just drop. Yeah, it's hard to get some alerts on the downside now, guys, from my option scanner. On the downside, DM just alerted. Yeah, all these flyers are just starting to really give it up. And Yell is on the way down now too. Yeah, Sangamo. Again, I'm going to keep. I just want to hammer this point home. You're up $82. Now you're down 108. Not good trading, right? I'm hammering this point home. This is in the simulator, okay? Okay, come on. What time is it now? 11:51. And it's on gamma through the VWAP. Yes, so there's 1098. Also the 200-day moving average. They're almost the same. So the slide now on. All right, finally. All right, finally, for me and my MGNI. Stuck with it, stuck with it, stuck with it. This was my number one focus in the pre-market, thinking that it might have a real slide in it. I was choppy a little bit, but I got taken out for a small loss in this area. Decided to get back in it though, and taken some out again. If you take a look at the monthly chart, let's just take a look. Yeah, so there's 1781. I'm not saying it's going to get there. The weekly chart, just trying to find the next low looking left. So 2390, no, we're below that now, of course. So 2225, there is the next low looking left on the monthly chart, on the weekly chart, okay? And of course, it's an earnings play. Oh, there's no question, Kat. For me, no question. No question. Finally, though, I mean, that was a long, for me, it was a long time. Oops, look at the Sava, guys. Sava. Last time I looked, it was challenging that 90 level, and so it's just kind of stuck in this, breaks down through 78, look out. Breaks up over 90, look out. It's going to be super active. All right, so I'm assuming, Mr. Squirrel, you have changed your moniker. Any tips on shorting? Just, well, I mean, why do you go long something? Just flip it around in your head. I mean, again, I just use the same principle, shorting versus going long. If I'm shorting something, usually I'm always seeing it at the low of the day. So again, I'm just looking left to see what sort of room a stock has. Where could it go to? So there's no real difference. The only trick about shorting, if you want to call it a trick, is sometimes your broker will not have shorts. So I mean, there's that issue. The other issue is if a stock didn't have a like a terrible time with the MGNI today, but sometimes if a stock is down more than 10%, it's hard to get the short where you want to. That's because of the uptick rule. But I really don't know how to answer any tips about shorting. I mean, just practice in the simulator. Just click the big sell button and see how it works. I mean, again, if you think something is moving down and is weak, you short it. If you think something is strong and long, you buy it. I mean, isn't that how you think normally? When I say you, I'm talking in general, but yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't. That's why we have the simulator here, guys. Watch. Just let me short MGNI. Okay, I'll just take 300 shares short. I'm going to short right at the market. It's not. It's only a 4-cent spread. Just click the sell button. Did I click it? Okay, there it is. So it took the short at 22.45. Now I'm just hoping it goes down. You know, if I were doing this in here, I would have a stop also. You know, so it's just the same concept. The stop is, of course, is going to be above your entry because you're hoping when you short, you're hoping it goes down. Now you'll see a lot in the room though are shorting tops. You know, and there's certainly an art to that. You know, trying to figure out where a stock may have topped out, like the Sangamo here. And, you know, there was a little cross right there at 11:18 on the 5-minute chart. 20 SMA crossing down below, the 8 EMA crossing down below the 20 SMA right there. But then you look at a QRTEA, you know, so it had earnings, you know, earnings play, and it just started to drift. Look how not easy. Look how orderly this was. You know, no big giant green bar knocking you out. So you could stay in this trade almost, even now, it's just kind of basing. No real reason to get out if you were short. You're streaming now, Jamie. Okay, thank you, Jamie. So I'll stop. Have a have a fun hour, Jamie. So I'll stop. Have a have a fun hour, Jamie. So I'll stop. Have a have a fun hour,
Why, thank you very much, Barry.
Jamie. So I'll.
Hello, everybody. Hopefully, everybody can see and hear me okay. What do you say, Circle? Can you hear me? Just want to remind everybody this is the hour for the live support session. While Barry takes his break, I'll be your host for the next 1 hour. And okay, thank you, Circle. Hello, Iris. And hello, Nacio. All right, very good. Welcome to my desktop. You know, heard Barry talking about shorting stocks and, you know, different techniques to that shorting tops, which is the more difficult. But there are some interesting examples today from the casino industry. Let's just pull up PIN. This is one that's been well behaved today for a nice short sale. Now notice, of course, hold on one second. Forgot to get my El Pino. Where are you at, PIN? There you go. All right, so obviously not a short tick play, you know, the highs being up here. But look at this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right at the 30-minute mark. Matter of fact, that candle right there, a nice orderly descent, breaks that low, nice clean range break with risk defined right here, and a nice progression down. So an interesting short. You know, as far as the trading that I've done thus far, the short trades, if the setup is good, have definitely been the path of least resistance. Seeing a lot more things go down easily than up today, but that's just my take. And what else might be in the casino industry that is following suit? Well, I'll just pull my single stock window. All we have to do is consult the similar tab. CZR has been another decent downside mover. You can see pretty much the same thing playing out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 25, 30-minute mark right here on CZR. Definable risk and a nice juicy reward area. This one getting a little moxie off the bounce there. But overall, selling in the gambling industry today. All right, got some questions coming in here. Can I comment on WELL and VMEO shorts from the AI? Okay, well, as you can see here, I do have the AI All Trades panel up, VMEO. Here's what we got going on the 5-minute candle right here. What was the pullback short? Yeah, just not doing a whole lot, but in the money nonetheless. Not a bad percentage return if you're still in it from the point right here. Now, my eyes are automatically drawn to the, kind of lazy action consolidation period here. If we continue sideways and come down here and test these lows, well, we might get a little bit more action to the downside. But right now, the volume, let's see where we're at on the relative scale. Pretty juicy today. Encouraging. All right. Check out the 5-minute volume right here. Still 5.5 times normal. As we can see, I've got 5 minutes up right here. So the amount of shares being traded every 5 minutes is 5 times higher than what is typically normal. Decent market cap. So, consulting my weekly chart, I've got my weekly up over here. Let me just make a little room here. And I've compressed it pretty much all I can. So, here we are hitting what appear to be all-time lows. Just check out the daily as well. And that would be the case. Interestingly enough, when we do have something with, I'll say limited trading history here, always interesting. I just click back on the weekly here. Going to come over here and anchor the VWAP to the first week of trading. And we can see VWAP acting as support early on, then becomes resistance. All right. So well below that anchored VWAP line, which is the purple, and setting new all-time lows. So, not looking too good for the bulls on Vimeo at this point in time. So we might get some continuation as we flop around in this little range right here. If I was short, I'd definitely be keeping tight tabs on it for break even or a small loser and see if it can do anything. Now let's take a look at Well. Well doing well, no pun intended there. The biggest winner on the blotter by far today. What was the strategy? Downward dog. Yeah, this algorithm's been around for quite some time. We can see the AI signal right here at 82.76 and just did what a good trade, what we always hope a trade does right off the bat. Get that immediate gratification. Never really threw any elbows like it was going to stop us out. Just well below the entry level ever since that point in time and looking good. Checking out the weekly here. Are we running into an area yet that could, this level right here is going to be where I have my eyes. If we get a little bit more selling pressure, what's the week low? Prior week low 79.52. Shift back over to the daily. So anywhere in this little area right here, if we get a little bit more selling pressure, we could gravitate down a little bit more, see what happens at this area here. So Vimeo, not lighting the world on fire, slightly in the money, well producing what appears to be thus far the largest winner of the day. So Nacio, if there are any particulars that I failed to mention there, if there's anything specific that you'd like to, like me to expound upon, let me know. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 signals from the AI, 6 of those being long, 2 being short today. Of course, there are always some good upside plays as well. Well, get off there, pointer. Let's see here. Let's check back in on SMCI, see if it continued. Here's another example of something to the upside. Nice little consolidation, nice little, small range there leading up to the break point, about 44.73. What did we top out? 45.65 thus far. Looking very strong for SMCI. And the SPY continues to churn higher, as we can see from the old daily here. Of course, the SPY being heavily weighted in the big tech stocks. What about the more evenly distributed or weighted RSP? All right, still hitting ATH, but looking a little bit different than the SPY here. We've got 1, 2, 3. You know, if we call that little, well, a little doji hammer, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 consecutive up days on the more evenly balanced version of the S&P. The equal weight, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, almost. Very similar. Yeah, we were talking earlier about the stalwart AT&T. I saw AT&T coming through my all-time low ticker. I'm like, wow, interesting. And we can see here's the daily. Of course, I added relative strength to my chart here. It's kind of hogging up the screen. But as we can see, this is the all-time low for AT&T. As it chops around here, it's been testing this area for the first time back in October on the 13th, chopping around now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 for the past 7 trading days, tempting this area again. Hello, Pete. Oh yeah, well, there's all kinds of things for 52-week lows. LV, are you on the web version or the downloadable client? So as far as 52-week low metrics, you know, we've got a couple different ways. You know, we could use the new high alert, or we could use one of the position in your range as well. Lots of different ways to skin that cat. Okay, so LV, notice if I kill my toolbar over here, I can always just come over here and spawn from the TI toolbar a new one just by clicking on channel bar, get it to come up. Now when you say mine looks different, are you referring to the custom channels that I might have up here? Because yeah, these are my custom channels, but the rest of the toolbar should look relatively the same. And since we're talking about 52-week highs, let's just put something in play here. Okay. So for example, using the new high alert, look what it says over here to the right of the box. 52-week high is a 365-day high, so we could always just plug that guy in there. That's one way to do it. And LSCC, one of the movers that is currently at a 52-week high. Okay, so LV, you were talking about my custom channels up here, is that right? Pete saying his screen is blurry. Is anybody else seeing a blurry screen? Because I don't see any on my OBS that's streaming. It looks pretty clear. Right, LV. So these are the custom channels, and we can create custom channels by clicking on the little gear icon up here in the upper left-hand corner of the channel bar, and then we could edit custom channels. We could change these up. We could create new ones, right? So I tell you what. I think I might be at my max here. Hold on. There we go. Okay. So what we could do here is, let's see here. Delete that channel. Okay, I was at my max there. Now it's giving me the option to add a custom channel. So before I get into that, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. Let's say I wanted to save this channel exactly as it looks currently. Of course, I'd need to clean things up, but just for example purposes, what we would do is the following. Number one, we would come to File and say Save or Share, and we would click Entire Layout. Entire Layout button. This is automatically checked, so it clears what was there previously. Then we would just say, okay, let's just call this example for Thursday. We generate the cloud link, we copy it. Next point of business, come back up here to the gear icon, edit custom channels. At my max, so we'll delete that channel. Now we'll add a new channel, and we would paste that cloud link that we just saved into this field here. All right. At which point we could select a custom icon from here. We could import our own image if we wanted to do that. But let's see, what am I not using? That green one. We'll replace that with the scuba diving dude. And we'll just call it Support Thursday. And click OK. Apply. And now you can see the old one disappeared. Here is my new channel. Let's see. It's been a while since I clicked on that one. Okay. Obviously just something I was testing back in the olden times. But when I click on the one I just made, you'll see everything pops up just as we left it. So that's how you can get in there and create custom channels, edit those custom channels. So it's just as easy as a mouse click. So Pete, still got the blurriness, but is anybody else seeing the blurry, or is okay? And you might want to play around with the resolution settings. Pete, let me see if I can get that up here. Okay, so we're going to see a little bit of you're probably already on the lowest one, but if you come down here and click on the little icon on YouTube, you can play around with these quality settings. That might help, or you just might be experiencing a slow connection for the time being. Kind of hard to troubleshoot that. Thank you, David, for the input. Well, not a lot coming through the 52-week high ticker, more than likely because I left this kind of crazy relative volume metric installed. But if we get rid of that, you'll see additional things coming through. Because, as Sean would say, it is a bull market. So you would expect to see lots of things hitting all-time highs. AMD has just been a monster over the past year. Interesting, AMD versus Intel. Aha, NVIDIA. Yep, who'da thunk it? The guys that make the graphic processing units, which includes AMD and NVIDIA. Intel's just making those processors, which the common thread between NVIDIA and the AMD chips for the graphics cards are, any guessers out there what those things have in common? And that would be what is the crypto industry for 1000, Alex? Processors not so good at doing that type of work, but graphical processing units, that's where it is. the well continuing to do well. I think last time we looked at this, we were only up 240 bucks, but we're getting a nice little follow through here in well. And looks like we might get down, who knows. Anything down to this range I would say is fair game today. Speaking of shorts, this is one I was in earlier. It was a little scary because the spread got a little hairy, but it was still a good trade nonetheless. Getting short on that range break there. Pretty quick trade. Making about 2 points. My idea was that it might, find some support here. Chopped around. Left about 4 points on the table, but oh well. We'll take what we can get today. Another short from earlier in the day. As we can see right here, my B plus sell tab. Pretty much the same old song and dance that I always look for. What was happening right here. Not a bad little range that it was in. We broke the range to the downside, and it's been a slow grind down for SNN. Ping, another one, not lighting the world on fire, but short here, a little consolidation process before we capitulated here. Covered a little bit here. We'll see what happens for the rest of the day. Flip back over to the 15-minute chart. Check out that 10 period. And the reason I did that is because look what we have going on here. Yeah, we took a little bounce off the bottom, but 10 period still tapping it down. Some selling comes back in. We might get a little push to the lows. We got healthy volume, 50 or 5.39 on the relative side. Still kicking pretty good on the lower time frame of 5 minutes as well. Any scanners that I can think of, all-time high starts plunging on high volume or similar. Well, you'd have two different parts of that equation, all right? You'd have to have an all-time high and then, insert a downward move on a smaller time frame, which may or may not yield anything, right? So let's see. What about a top list? I'm just kind of pulling this out of thin air here. Let's see, position in, you said, well, you want to play around with all-time highs or 52-week highs? It's your choice. All-time high or 52-week high? Well, why don't we just stick with either, you want to go with all-time high or lifetime high or 52-week high for now? Because I'm not certain this is going to really show anything. We just have to do a little experimentation. So I tell you what, I'll just pick here. I'll pick position and lifetime range. So we're going to add the filter. We're going to say it has to be in a very tight range, maybe in the 99th percentile, but not above 103. Okay? Or, you know what? Why even cap it right now? And we'll just do something simple on max price, volume today. It's got to kick out at least 300,000 shares thus far. Once again, I'm just pulling these numbers at random. And let's see, what column is price, relative volume, we don't need that. Okay. I must be pointed to a custom list. Yep. That thing should be chock full. There we go. Okay. So now we got a framework here. So all of these things, let me just go ahead and install that as a column as well. Okay, obviously, they're all meeting the required all-time high criteria. Now, you were talking about all-time high and then starts plunging on high volume. So we've already got the relative volume up there, so we're not going to mandate a minimum. We're just going to see if it jives with what we're putting together here. So now we have to talk about the down move, or what you referred to as the plunging iris. How do we define that? Plunging in a 30-minute period, an hour-long period, a 15-minute period? I tell you what, let's just put change. We'll do change in 30-minute, and then we'll also take a gander at change in 60-minute. Kind of spread those things out there. Well, good, Pete. I'm glad you're fixed now. Okay. So now we got everything, obviously, that are at all-time highs. We can click here and verify with ease, just making sure that that metric is met. And then we can see, okay, EVAX. All right. Started the day off nice at a nice big juicy gap, all-time highs, and then started to sell off. Now, is this appealing? You know, we got this bar hanging out in space. You know, how did it set up initially? Because all we see is that big red candle on the open. Was there any discernible pattern? You know, and we can see it was kind of just in free fall. So, you know, how would you have known to short this? You really wouldn't have, right? But we can see, depending on your definition of plunging, if you like these types of plays, or we could eliminate the gap, right? So if you only wanted to see, number one, let's kind of sort the list. Let's see if this one is similar. Nope, this one did not have a gap. Well, actually, I take that back. Had a small gap. This is also a 50-cent stock, right? But acted completely different than the other one that we saw. So I tell you what, if I was watching this list, I'd pretty much want to limit the gap. And we could say it couldn't have gapped up or down more than 1%, right? And then we're going to change the list. EVAC still showing up. What was the percentage on that one? Hold on a sec. I think I did that wrong. Aha. Dyslexia. My old friend. Okay, there we go. All right. Now, interestingly enough, once I eliminated the gap or minimized the gap there to, what did I say, 1%? We'll just throw that as a column too so we can see the value. You take the gap out, all of a sudden these changes, they kind of disappear. But when I sort by 60-minute, you know, even, okay, there we go. That was the server sort on the other one. Just because of the nature of the market that we're in, we're probably going to see more things doing actually the opposite. But that's not to say, you know, some might not scroll through here. But this is a pretty loose filter set. And, you know, we're not seeing many, you know, plunge type moves on these smaller time frames. And like I said, Iris, that was just kind of pulling something out of thin air to see what might be out there, even if we increase the number of, hits. Ooh, maybe that was the problem. It was only showing 35 stocks on that list. Let's expand it to 200. Yeah, there we go. Okay. And on the downside, on the 60 minutes, we're just not seeing hardly anything for these stocks that are at all-time highs. Even on the 30-minute. Just reading your question here, Ali. Okay, so the question is, how do you point a custom list to your M window? All right. So for example, this window here is an M window. When I right click, hover over strategies, you can see I've got 3 different versions of the strategy, kind of divided up by market cap. Green colors, the green color, 4 billion and higher. We got the blue between 2 and 4 billion, and then the yellow colors are sub 2 billion. All right. So it's been a while since I explored this functionality, but if we go to the independent strategy and then hit configure, this is where you can point to your custom lists. Okay. So I'm pretty sure through the multi-strategy window, notice if I don't go to strategies, if I just look at the master list here, we don't see any list functionality here. Okay. So let me make sure I read your question properly. Only your list of symbols. Okay, right. So once again, depending, I only have 3 strategies in here, but you might have 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, how many ever you have. You have to go individually to the strategies, configure, just like you're in an alert window, and then point to your custom lists. So Ali, let me know if that makes sense. No problem. Happy to help. What was it yesterday? Oh yeah, another good grinder yesterday. Talking about simplicity of patterns. Got that little U on X's yesterday. Was a nice little march up there going into the close. We used to have an insider tab down here, circle. I'm not exactly sure why it went away. But we used to have the tab in here. I'm curious when that went away. I was just looking at that the other day, circle. We'll see what the crowd says. Yeah, so it's gone. We don't know when it's coming back. When it's just like the coders say, it'll be done when it's done. Well, I guess it'll be back when it's back. All right, BGFV coming through my high volume new high for the day. Nice little breakout. Check out what it did yesterday. Doing the same thing again today. Boom, chop around, boom. Breaking this high right now. Now, the question is, does it have any spunk? Speaking of spunk, I thought little ORMP was going to get up and boogie earlier. This call from Holly, which looked pretty good at the time of the signal. So check out this nice smooth action here. ORMP from the open, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's see, Holly called it 943. So yeah, right in this candle right here, you can see I went ahead and took a little piece of it right there with Holly because I'm thinking to myself, hey, we got a nice little consolidation. A range break might be imminent. So I took a few shares here, and sure enough, in the next 30 minutes, we did break that range, but it just didn't have enough oomph. Fell right back down. Doesn't mean that it won't happen or that it can't happen later in the day. It just didn't happen as soon as I wanted it to, so continuing to watch ORMP. We'll either get stopped out or it'll break again. Time will tell. The short scanner. Iris, which one are you referring to exactly when you say the short scanner? Or were you talking about that top list we were playing around with? Because it really wasn't, that little experiment really didn't yield a whole lot. Yeah, and unfortunately, I think let me see if I killed that guy or not. Well, I can recreate that framework for you real quick here, and then I will get to your question, Pamela. Okay, so all we had was a max price of 100. We had a gap not to exceed 1%. And we had position in lifetime range. To be 99. But really no max, as long as it's hitting all-time. Actually, if you want all-time highs, it's got to be at 100. Okay, so we'll leave that there. We won't put a cap on it. And then what we have? We had the change in 60-minute as a percentage. I'll really, we can install 32, 30 as well, because if it's going to go in the 30, then you would want to definitely keep your eyes peeled for the 60 as well. And once again, have to point away from the custom list. Okay. And lastly, the record count. And we'll just put it on 150. But you can always change that. Okay, and here we are again, and you can see, well, we're going to get rid of the volume in the 5-minute period because we don't really care about that. We'll leave relative volume, how many shares, and the change in these lower time frames. And then if you wanted to see, well, we know the gap's going to be no greater than 1%, so you can watch or not watch that column. But we're back to where we were, sorting by the biggest down move. ANVS looking a little bit different. Okay, so this one's looking a little bit different than the prior, which is good because we're finding the things. Let me make sure I got my all-time high setting right. Oh, we didn't even put a max in there. That's why. Okay. Once again, I was like, okay, why does it look so different? And that is it. Once we do that, once we say, okay, show us the strongest stocks, which technically that is a big sign of strength if something's at all-time high, you notice how the down move, the big down moves in the 60-minute change tend to wane, right? Which leads me to the point, well, maybe things that aren't at 100 but maybe are maxed at 100, and then you can see things below there, right? So instead of mandating a max here, if we just showed the column, it might be possible to draw correlations. So now when I'm looking at the things that have moved down the most in the last 60 minutes, well, notice these larger values right here, they're not at all-time high, right? So that's telling us something. Just like we knew when we inserted the 100, right? So what is that telling us? That's telling us that things at all-time high typically aren't plunging but I will retitle this Lifetime High 60-minute change, and you can feel free to play around with it. All right, Pamela, can you explain a bit of what the different options are inside of this? I'm not sure what composite rating means. It looks like the A table is more of a breakout type for the long. Great question. So let me pull the A table up here. Okay. The A table, this window was created by Mr. Steve Gomez a while back, and it's predominantly using the score filter, which I believe is what you were referring to. That's our composite rating, right? And notice this top list is ranking the stocks with the highest score up top, right? And you can see all of these are in the 90s, okay? So the score, or the composite rating filter, is using a variety of technical and fundamental metrics to arrive at the score rating. All right, the higher the score, the better. You could use it as a grading system, like back in school. The 90s are A's, and the 80s are B's, 70s are C's, etc. So when we look at the top of the list here, some of these might be breaking out, or some of them might be really close to breaking out. But you're going to see they're all pretty similar looking on the charts. Okay, these are going to be fundamentally and technically strong stocks. Now, of course, you can always, anytime you want the definition of an alert or filter, you can always pop into the search tab, find that filter, click on it right here, and then hit the old help button. That's going to take you right to the definition for any filter or alert. Sorry, I got a barking dog out there. Hopefully he won't. Hopefully he can't even hear it. Hopefully the noise canceling mic is doing its job. Okay, Ali, the commodities and indices scanners. Okay. Well, what we do is we have to use the tracking ETFs for that type of stuff, Ali, right? So, for example, I just spawned the new container there, and I'm coming down here to sector. Okay, so for example, here are all the sectors: energy, which are typically just the XL with a different last letter. All right. Industrials, consumer discretionary, communications, materials. Now, when it comes to, energy, XLE, right? And what was, I can't remember the, well, hey, let's just go right to oil, right? So the way, since we don't track commodities and futures here, then typically we're just using the tracking ETFs for those instruments, Ali. Now gold and silver, pretty easy, right? We got the gold tracking ETF, GLD. We even have like GLD, I think M, if you want something that's a little lower priced, which is still going to mimic the gold. And SLV, SLVP is another one. Yeah, I did see that, and a few other people were talking about BGFV as well. Love Sack. Yeah, they reinvented the couch. What's Lovesack's market cap now? Just a meager 1.2 billion. All right, Luis, trying to create a scan small cap high of day Momo. All right, lots of different ways to get something like that going. Um, let's just focus on the word small cap first. What does that mean to you? Is small cap meaning what is the maximum market cap for you if you want to do small cap? Because I'd go to this, high of day Momo is what I'm using these windows for when I'm looking for my range breaks to the up and down side. And pretty simple filter settings here. High of day, obviously, as the alert. And then I've got a pretty sparse filter set here, just the maximum price. Had to kick out 100,000 shares today, but this is really the what's finding the volume for me, just a simple relative volume setting of 3. But we could limit the market cap if you have a preference, in other words. Or instead of limiting the number of symbols that come through with market cap, we could just say, okay, let's show it as a column. In which case, we would just see the value there. And then based on your magic number, you could say yes, participate, or not. But this is a great little window for high of day momentum, right? Simple, effective. That wick kind of messing up the chart there for HMHC. But you can see as it crept back up there and cracked that high, we're getting a nice little break and continuation. If we were to check out the history here, just to kind of eyeball, okay, what are the market caps that are coming through here today? Well, we could get a nice idea, and then you could either limit it or not. When I look at light, it's moving up, but just such a gross little intraday chart there. Really not what I'm looking for here. This little flagging situation is interesting for Yell. Okay, so flow less than 50 million, or did you mean float? Because if you meant float, that is easy to do. My finger's getting ahead of my brain there. And we could just put a cap on float at 50M. All right, so yeah, okay, so we're limiting the float, which would probably limit market cap by default. And as you can see now, sure, ATRC made it through. What's the float? 44 million. Still a market cap in the billions, but notice the majority of these now that we're seeing are coming through under $1 billion. So it looks like it fit the bill there. So I'll tell you what, I'll put this back on real time and just drop this link in here for you. All right, Luis, here's that cloud link, and you can duplicate that thing and modify it, play around with it. Would it work pre-market? Well, that's a good question. And here's a nice little exercise we can do anytime you're curious as to whether or not your configuration will report pre-market. All we have to do is go to history, say time frame. Let's see. Since the market opens at 8:30 my time, we would just do this. And you can see this current configuration, mainly because of the alert that's being used, does not report pre-market. Okay, so if you wanted that, you would have to basically give it the old duplicate and use the pre-market high. And I think one of my filters is still not a pre-market filter, which is the way things work. If the filter doesn't report pre-market, then it's going to negate the filter set. More than likely the culprit is here. There, okay. Relative volume obviously was the filter. But now, if we were to go to history, notice these are all pre-market hits here, okay? Before the 8:30 open time in the central time zone. So if you wanted this to function pre-market, you got to use pre-market high or low, remove relative volume, and then bingo, you'd be in business. Yeah, Mike, I see your comment about the small exchange. I remember I was pretty pumped up about those products when they first came out because they're not, there's no pattern day trading rule. Only problem I found with them, and I haven't looked at them recently, but they were pretty thinly traded at the time, and the spreads could get pretty gnarly. Like I said, I haven't looked at them recently, so things might have changed. Hey, I was just looking back up at your question there, Circle. Were you talking about the one I dropped for Luis, just the high of day Momo? Because it was just basically my turbo breaks up relative volume with a cap of 50 million on the float. Yeah, all we did is cap the float at 50 million. Yes, no. Are you talking about the top list that Iris was inquiring about? Right, I think it was this one. Let me see if that's the one I dropped. Ah. Obviously it was not that one. So you're just talking about this guy right here. And if this is the one, I'll go ahead and drop it back into the chat panel again. There we go. Lifetime high, and then watching the things at lifetime high for, I think that's in play there. Let me double check. Yeah, well, actually, yeah, position and lifetime range must be hitting all the lifetime highs. And then looking, the theory was looking for things that were quote unquote plunging. Well, I mean, you could call that a plunge, but how would you have known, you know, that this was going to be that capitulation bar when you're looking over here to the left and this thing's, motoring through lifetime highs? Yeah, in retrospect, that looks like a very sexy short trade. Only problem is, how did you know it was just going to put on the brakes there, right? Maybe if you're watching the tape and seeing the prints, maybe that's a way to do it, but that's not an easy business. But this does meet the criteria. All-time highs, and then we plunged from 35 down to 31. So a nice little 4-point plunge there. Now Nicola has been on a tear today. And this little thing broke out. And it's just been off to the races. A lot of controversy surrounding one of the electric vehicle manufacturers, but looks like it's off its bottom and gaining momentum. And of course, look where we kind of put on the brakes today. All right. Well, technically it's not putting on the brakes yet. I mean, we're still hitting all-time highs. Just kind of looking at this area way back here where we might find a little bit of supply. Back in July. Yeah, there is a stock called that, or a stock symbol, lifetime high, lifetime holding groups. And isn't that ironic? LTH is at lifetime highs. It is a young stock. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Fifth week in existence. Always like to do the anchor VWAP on these because this is the entire history. Let's anchor the VWAP to the first day of trading. And brief excursion below. Quickly regained it. Started acting as support again. And now we're getting that pop. Yeah, Mike, that was the scandal with NKLA. Didn't they say the downhill test, the vehicle didn't even really have any power? Of course, I don't know if that's true, or I don't know if there's any air of truth to that. That was just the scuttlebutt that was going around at the time. Yeah, that is correct, Circle. Position in lifetime range, or what we could refer to as lifetime high, but then seeing a symbol of LTH2. A little trader humor there. Hardy har har. Boy. Interesting past couple of months for Yellow Corporation. I believe that is the trucking, trucking industry. Of course, a pretty hard industry to pick here lately because of all the supply chain issues, right? If the trucks aren't moving and the ships aren't unloading, well, that's not good for the industry, but the price action on Yell is telling us something different now, isn't it? All right, looks like we've got about 2 minutes till the top of the hour. That hour passed pretty quickly. thanks for keeping me busy. Any last minute questions? Feel free to shoot them on in. Yeah, once again, I would consult the energy stocks. XLE, right? You know, when you look at XLE and you see what's going on in the chart, well, yeah, oilers and, well, you know, people that take the oil out of the ground, processors, transporters, all that good stuff, you know. Oil, well, you've seen what's been happening at the gas pump, right? And what's going on in the oil industry. We've cut production as a country. We're having to import. We're no longer energy dependent, which typically indicates higher petroleum prices across the board, whether it's gasoline, crude oil, heating oil, any of that stuff. So as we have to import more and produce less, well, no guarantees, but that's only going to do one thing to oil, and that's typically drive it north. All right, let me touch base with Barry, see if he's back at the helm yet. Thanks everybody for popping in. ORF, not to be confused with OR. When I saw this coming through just now, I was like, oh, ORMP is finally doing something. But that's ORF. But ORMP not looking like it wants to maybe give it another go here. So button back up to the top of that range. Maybe in the last couple of 2-3 hours here, we'll see some action. All right, Barry tells me he is back in, so thanks everybody. Hope everybody's having a nice green day, and we'll see you guys tomorrow.
Yeah, you guys are killing it on the pen. I'm just looking here. Meanwhile, BGFV, another one. This is a continuation on earnings play. Look at this week it's had. My goodness. 25 to 40. You would have thought, okay, how much further? Went from 25 to 32 yesterday. So now it's gone from 32 to 40 today. That is a classic continuation of earnings. I'll tell you, I'll be yelling if this gets over 1150. Then it'll take the sting of not being in the QRTEA. I guess if I better type in the symbol as opposed to the time. You know, and look at the volume, guys. Can you just have to look at the volume here. Remember, when it was drifting down, you know, the volume was just getting lower and lower and did nothing, and all of a sudden we had a little volume push that got it going again. And yeah, a little bit of a lag here, but look at the volume. I mean, compared to all those previous 2 hours. Just a moment, please. And look at the volume coming in on the 5-minute chart, pushing it through. There's your first little pause for the QRTEA. No, upset my wife is going to work. That's the reason for all that barking. Motion Acquisition Core, obviously a SPAC. Just one moment, please. Come on, Yale. All right, come on. A little bit more. I want more. So again, guys, why would I even pay attention to Yale? Well, it was an all-time high, so obviously there's no resistance. I got chopped out the first time, kept at it. That's an earnings play, so you have to think it's still going to be active most of the day. But really looking left, there's obviously no resistance. Tell them who? Me? Tell them? They won't listen to me. No, they won't. They won't. You know what? Real? They won't. But if a bunch of customers come in and say, give us the 1 and 2 minute Bollinger Bands, otherwise we quit and take our business somewhere else, hey, they might listen. You have no idea the things I've asked for over the years. And they go, yeah, we can do that. Yeah, we can do that. I just don't ask anymore. Oh, Michael asks all the time. Now these are things that can be done in the Market Explorer that is, just kind of getting rolling. Those are probably the sort of things that can be done. Not probably, they could be done. Well, he has created a lot of the stuff in the Market Explorer, but certainly no, not all the filters, etc. Of course not. He hasn't created those, but if you look over the last 2 or 3 years, we've added so few alerts or filters. I can't think of an alert that we've added. I think we've added a couple of filters, but very, very, very few. Yeah, go on strike. 1867. Whoa, this top. This is another one that I missed out on yesterday as a short top. And of course, this would be a second day continuation of earnings. So let's see now. Looking left on the monthly chart, the next low looking left is 1862. Can you kind of see if it takes that out? There's really not a lot of support, and it's not that far away. 1871 is not that far away. So what I'm going to do is stick an alert, a price alert right there, and see if it takes it out. Another earnings play, guys. TS, 2-year high. TS is a 2-year high. Big difference for me today. I think I took 12 or 13 trades yesterday. I've taken 3 today, and that's it. Now, a couple of times, but Okay, one more pump. Come on. Right through 1160. Thank you. Briefly, thank you. But look at the volume. You see the volume. Look at the volume here, the 15-minute chart, all the enthusiasm early, and then it started to pick up, and now look at this volume bar right there. Only has another 30 seconds before it closes, but that will be probably about it's very close to that one, so about the third biggest volume bar of the day for Yell. Now, as I always say, don't be afraid to trade it. I don't mean get into the trade. I'm talking about if you're in the trade, you start seeing things like this. There's TUP. Oh, some of you were talking about CRXT. CRXT. Yeah, I mean, it's too late now for me. But as I say, don't be afraid to trade it. If you're wondering why I say, okay, guys, everybody should be out of Yell or something like that, I'm not a financial advisor, number one. Number two, if I said, well, you know what, I'm getting rid of a big part of my position, and you guys did the same, and then it popped up $1, okay? You have to be able to manage the trades on your own. You can't listen to me or anybody else. But, you know, I gave you kind of the clue. Don't be afraid to trade it. Now, did I know it was going to do this? No. Ha ha. All right, let me change my music. I'm getting tired of you. All right, there we go. Pets, you know, I saw that way too late. Yeah, that Pets was incredible. Well, not incredible. Well, it was pretty incredible. I did see the Pets right about here. I saw it right here. And then I didn't do anything on it. And then, man, it just kept moving higher from 230 to about 5. Yeah. You just got to be careful, Grumpy. Don't not want to get sued. That's all. You think I'm kidding, but I'm not. And we have another halt, VLON, VLON. You guys were just, somebody was just mentioning it, VLON. Yeah, of course, managing the trade, of course. VLON, so this just got halted, volatility halt. Now, this could be crazy. It could be crazy. This is what I'm saying, or why I'm saying that. Now, this could change in a heartbeat, okay? Hard for me to believe it's going to open here, but here's the VLON. This is from Interactive Brokers. Time and yeah, there we go. Little more like it. But we had the halt at 6:53, and at the beginning we saw 10:10, but now it's starting to get back a little bit closer to the halt price, but still above it. You know, it's still a dollar. Now, again, this doesn't have to hold, of course. This is a potential glimpse into the future about what could happen. But it's a 5-minute halt, so, you know, within the next 3 minutes there, you see how it dropped again. But when I first saw it, it was at 10. Yeah, so you just saw what I saw. I see 7 now. Sort of remember that, Barry, but okay, guys, there's the CRXT exploding again. Exploding again. Is there news on this? I don't see any news on it. Low float, but why is it doing this? 1.77 million in the float. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Well, something's got a hold of this. Again, I don't see any news on it. Don't see any news on it today. But the news really is there's the float, 1.77, and then for whatever reason, traders have got a hold of it. Look at the daily candle right there. It has traded the float 6.7 times. Yeah, it got halted. Yep, it just got halted at 122. So yes, it did get halted. Let's take a look at the VLON, see if it's any clue. Now you see how it's drifted back down to the halt price, 653, 681, 681. I mean, it's still above it. And the halt was at 118.12, so 123.12. So in about 10 seconds, this should open if it's going to be a 5-minute halt. Let's see where it opens. And now, okay, just opened. It's all over the place right now. Tough spread, 628, 645. Basically kind of untradeable. So this is what I would do. If I wanted to trade this, I had any inkling of trading or any reason for it, I probably put an alert around 658. That's kind of where it got halted. And see if it takes that out again. But it's not for everybody. Meanwhile, oh, now the warrants are going crazy. CRXTW are going crazy, and they are trading. They are trading while the stock is halted. Where's Keg today? I haven't seen him today. Find that very interesting. So the warrants are trading. And look at the float, according to this. $500,000 in the float for the warrants. I wonder what Grumpy's real job is. Oh, look at the pan. My goodness. So pan 53. So now we're getting a little bit close, maybe to some support around 53. If you guys are still in that short, that's still far enough away. $4 away. Okay, one more. Come on. One more pop for Yell. See if we can get even close to 12 or to infinity and beyond. All right, so this one looks like it's getting into a bounce zone, okay? Look at IMMR, came on the option scanner. The ones on the way down with abnormal option activity. There, I mean, look at 7. What a drop. I mean, 25%. It's an earnings play. These people here who thought, oh yeah, this is going to be fine. Look at this. It got through the 200-day moving average. We're going to hold through earnings. As you guys know, that's one of my cardinal, is it a sin or a rule? I never hold through earnings. Never, 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 never. Never. You know what we'll do, just for fun. Somebody find me a stock that's going to be releasing after hours today. Not maybe $50 or under, and I'll take it. Uber. And by the way, guys, this distance from the exit price is 79 cents. That's another reason you should never obey your stops. Never obey your stops. I'm kidding, of course, but I mean, you could look at that and go, wow, I mean, where I exited, I got stopped out. It has popped 78 cents from there. Now, what that can tell you, though, is that as it started getting more positive, 10 cents, 15, 20, you can start looking at it again and saying, hey, I was a little early. Maybe now's the time to get back in it. Once you get stopped out, you can always get back in. I have not seen a slow day. No, No, I would not deem this a slow day. Anyway, you said Uber. Uber. So Uber has earnings after hours today. Okay. What I'm going to do is just for fun, just before the market closes, I will take this trade and we'll see how that works. And I'll leave it in so you guys can see it tomorrow. In the simulator, of course. This is another one that's been kind of inching its way up. Amplitech, AMPG. Been very choppy though. You don't like these charts at all. I mean, look at the 2, look at the 5, even the 15. What's there not to like? You see a bunch of topping tails, bottoming tails. Remember what this means. At one point the price is up there, then it's down here, then it's up there, then it's down here. It can be very tough to keep in a trade like that. You have to take fewer shares, wider stops, and all of that. Even Nicola made it into my option scanner through the 200-day. Okay, just a minute. So the only thing I'm in, guys, right now is the Yell still. I've traded some out. Unfortunately, I'm not in the MGNI anymore. Right here is in the simulator, of course, but well, I think I said that was where there is some support, maybe. Well, actually, it's even lower. On the monthly chart, I'm looking at Penn. Looks like a couple of monthly lows around 53. Well, here's another nice earnings play, guys. Man, look at this one. PRMW. I did see it a little earlier through the 200-day yesterday. Up here, almost a lifetime high. We're within 14% of a lifetime high. Lifetime high must be, I don't know where it would be. At the back this month. Oh, here we go. So back in 2018, these areas here got up to a little over 20. I don't think that's any resistance now. Well, AMPG, even though it was choppy, they did put in a big, look at the volume that came in, AMPG. A couple of great days. I just find this sort of difficult to trade, but AMPG, a couple of great days. Actually, I haven't looked at Moderna since the pre-market. I know it was getting hit on earnings. Wow. Continuing down. Yeah, I mean, there's really, now, first of all, I've only held one short overnight. The only problem with shorting something like this is, it's so emotional. They come out tomorrow and, tonight and say, hey, we're doing this, and that's the only issue. However, I mean, it's been really doing nothing for quite a few days, but this is a big drop. I mean, guidance is poor and earnings are poor. On the next low looking left, I'm not saying it's going to get down here, but it's 210. Yeah, I mean 210. So it's already broken last month's low, but that's not a recommendation to keep this short overnight or anything. The next low actually is, actually I'm wrong. So the next low is 229 on the weekly chart. So I mean, it still has room to run if it's going to. But, this is a sort of price that I typically shy away from. Oh, I'm sorry. You're talking all day shorts. Well, yeah. I mean, as it turned out, of course, on all day short, from 299 down to 278. Yeah, so Grumpy is pointing out that in the last little while, I don't know how long that is, but what he is saying is that when a company releases earnings and it's bad, especially really bad, the second day has been a continuation downwards. Now, does that mean that which is what I want to see? It's not Dr. T. QRT. Getting tired. QRTEA. So, for instance, tomorrow, this could easily have a continuation down. There is some support around 662, but from 8 to 662 would still be a very nice short. So we'll see. We'll use this as our guide. Big down day on earnings. Will that continue tomorrow? There's a part of me that says if it takes out 8, I'm in this, I won't, I have a tight stop if it works, great. Yeah, so we're not talking about. You're right. I mean, but when you say earnings are good, of course, it's the whole release. You've got earnings, you've got revenue, and almost as important, if not the most important thing, is guidance. What do they say they're going to do in the next quarter? I mean, if they say, yeah, we had a great third quarter, but we're not expecting a great fourth because of this, this, and this, why are you going to buy the stock? All right, PRMW on the march here, on the move a little bit, a little bit. Wow, look at this one. MFC. Now, I mean, this could be really interesting going forward. I mean, look right there. I think there's a couple of lows, 1912 and 1913. The stock's at 1917. So you look left on that daily chart. Those are those two lows right there. It's an earnings play. People here 3 days ahead thought, you know what? We think it's going to be okay. It's it got stuck right at the 200-day moving average, and they're wrong. So now though, if it can take out 19, I guess it doesn't have that much room. Sort of talking my way out of it. Okay, so they have formed. So they're going to be doing a merger between Alusa Energy. Well, you're usually my go-to person for that. Ooh, let's see. All I can do. I mean, that's highly suspect that that is an IPO. But all I can do is take a look at the IPO calendar and see how far back that goes. So I'm going to say show 200 entries. Let's just see. So when was this? This was back last month. So 1013. So let's see how far back I can go. Oh, okay. 1013. Let's see what we see. Yeah, looks like it was healthcare triangle, HCTI right there. Only 3.3 million at 4. Who was behind it? I doubt anybody big was behind it. Oh my good. E.F. Hutton. Who knew they were still around? Sort of. Is that right? Okay. Well, it says Kingswood or something like that. I think that's what I read. All right, scam news coming up. WKEY. Yeah. So what Zach is really talking about is hammering them down. Okay. He's not saying get into this one, but he's looking at these tops here. Now, the only thing I see here, it probably didn't run that much. Didn't run enough. I have to be in a trade. No, you don't. All right, take a look at PRMW, okay? Take a look at it. As it's basing here over the whole number. Not quite an all-time high, but we determined that that high is way back. So, basing a little bit here. Has a little wee pullback. And it's an earnings play, so we know it's going to be big float though. I mean, but they don't all have to be low floats. I think KNBE, what did it have? Did it have a downgrade or that had an upgrade today. KNBE had an upgrade today. Am I from Vancouver? No, I'm from Montreal. I live in Vancouver, but I'm from Montreal. All right, guys, today's Thursday, so you know what that means. Marketing meeting at 2 o'clock. So I'll be putting myself on mute at around 2 while I am in the marketing meeting. Yeah, I did my, I could have done some other ones, but I did my video today on VMEO, mainly because it's an all-time low. So this is another classic one. It's an earnings play. I mean, if we're going to stick with the premise that it's in the last little while anyway, companies that have earnings and are really bad, which is this one, 28% down, $10 down on a $35 stock. Could we have a continuation tomorrow on the way down? So I'll certainly be watching this one. It'll be on my watch list for tomorrow to see if it has a continuation. So that's why I made it the stock of the day. Not that it was incredibly dynamic, not from where the AI got it. Obviously, if we'd got it up here, unbelievable. But the AI doesn't work in the pre-market. Boy, IMMR. Another one. Watch tomorrow. Bad earnings. The problem is that looks like it's coming into a support area. Okay, guys, remember this scan right here. Earnings plays up and down. Remember this. Look at all of the earnings plays. On the way up, all the ones down, okay? Now, that's not quite true. That's not quite true. These are all the earnings plays, though. That passed my scan. See how big? I don't expand the list. Next week, we may have a reasonable number, but I guarantee in about 2 or 3 weeks, if I showed you this, there might be 2 up here and 1 here. So we got to take advantage of it. I think tomorrow we'll have another good earnings day. Good, in the number of companies releasing. But as I said before, we've had 1,200 we'll have 1,200 this week, 600 next week, probably about 300 the week after. So it's always sad when earnings season is over. So you guys have been. So you see what happened with the VLON, VLON. I had an alert set up here. I said if it could get above the first halt, I'd be interested. It didn't even come close. All right, guys, I'm going to put myself on mute. Wow, it's 1:55 already. Okay, just give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, nice little pop for the PRMW. All right, I'm going to put my announcement in. I'm going to put myself on mute. Okay, guys, I'm putting myself on mute now. All right, guys, I'm back. Another long meeting. Boy, that the PRMW trade has worked out a lot better than I thought it would. Give me a moment here as Yeah, I mean, the PRMW, I mean, Zach, I jokingly said to him, take a look at PRMW. Um, so it has gone from 1805 all the way up to 18, almost 40, and who knows? And look at the volume that was coming in. So another earnings play. It's going to be sad when earnings season is over, guys. Cup and handle? I don't think so. But this is a perfect circle. I think one of the other traders might have something they developed. So you might want to try them. Go info. I don't have anything. If you don't see it here, I mean, literally, if you don't see it, I was asked, do we have a cup and handle detector? So when you do a search, and I call that a geometric pattern of some sort, okay? If you don't see cup and handle, then we don't have it developed, okay? But one of the other traders may have done something that can kind of mimic it. I know I haven't. So you can always go to info at trade-ideas.com. Oh, wedges. I'm sorry, wedges. The same thing. If you don't see it, then we don't have it. We don't have it developed, okay? So somebody else might have it, though. I know I don't. Yeah, just email and see. We've got 5 other traders, and they may have something. I'm not on mute. You guys can hear me, right? Okay. How do you get Holly and the other AI on my channel bar? There's only one AI now, okay? We're getting rid of the 3 versions of it, okay? So on the channel bar, all you need to look at is doc channel bar and then AI. There are no other AIs anymore, okay? It says Trade Ideas AI. Here it is. Okay, so we're getting rid of the AI Neo, Grail, and 2.0. You're just combining them all. Okay? It was a good idea way back, but wow, look at that. I'm telling you guys, this has turned out to be almost my best trade of the day out of nowhere. PRMW. Why? Because I had such a tight stop on it. In at 1805 and with a, stop just under 18. So, let's make the math simple. That's a 5-cent stop, we'll call it, at 1844 now. That's almost a 9 to 1. Okay, so you're talking about the one 19KI. You're talking about the one that I put in a while back called Pullback on Winners. Somebody's asking me, is that the one? I'm talking to someone in our YouTube room. Is that what you meant? Pullback on Winners? If not, then it's got to be another trader. So can you hear me? Yeah, 4-cent risk. Yeah, okay, I can give you that. Don't forget, save it to the cloud. You'll never lose it. Okay, there it is. Okay, save it to the cloud. So when you get it, When you have it loaded, right click, save or share to cloud, save. Then you done. Okay. And that's kind of also, guys, the beauty of, I mean, they don't all have to be low floats to make money, of course. I mean, sure, 154 million in the float. Is it going to go up 200%? More than likely not. But if you, I know I sort of pulled Dak's leg every now and then, but I mean, if you get into a stock and you have a 4 or 5 cent stop on it, and valid, not just because you're making it up, but you look at the support and you say, okay, it looks like there's good support 4 or 5 cents away. If it breaks down through that, I should be out of the trade. Fine. Like the prim, I mean, there was so much support at 18. Okay, so the fact that it hasn't gone up 100%, but if you can get into something with a 4 or 5 cent stop and that thing runs 50 cents, just do the math. It looks like CRXT is done. Okay, I'll take your word for it. All right, guys, I'm getting set to shut the room down. So just one last look at my home page and saving the link and all that, all the information that is there. So again, there's my homepage link. Click on it, and 3 free sections: the trade of the week, sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning, the stock of the day video that I do at noon Eastern, and all the education right here. Okay, the user guide, comprehensive user guide, the introductory lessons, daily support between 12 and 1 in YouTube. I should also, I sort of forget, YouTube is also, that room is also open from 3:30 to 4:30. Okay, so I'll give you the link. If you haven't had enough of trading, you can always go there between 3:30 and 4:30 to the YouTube room. I'll give you the link. The daily webinars, today we do have one. We're on the Tuesday, Thursday cycle this week. Next week it's Monday, Wednesday, but you can sign up for them all right here. And back to basics. If you're new to trading, just getting into trading, great little series, okay? And then also my scans, okay? All my scans that I share are here, including a sample layout. Sample layout meaning it looks very much like what you see. It's just formatted a little bit differently, but it looks very much like what you see. So a lot of information, obviously, in these 2 sections. Don't be expected to, have to be in the trading room to see them. Just save my link, and then you can look at all this whenever you want. I don't understand what you mean when you click on the link. When you click on that link, wait a minute. So when you click on the link, this is what you should see. It should go into another browser tab, and here's the link. Just copy it, Control copy, and then file load. Okay. And when you file load from cloud, you're saying it's okay? Oh, okay, you found it. Okay. yeah. I mean, listen, if you want to have things like sector, company name, and all that stuff in your columns, yeah, it's a real pain. I never have. It took me a while, but you know, I haven't had a problem with my column width for a while now. Every now and then something happens, and I've got to sort of squeeze something in. So I don't know really what to say. I know that this is in the new versions. When it first started, it was unworkable or unusable, I should say. I haven't had a major problem since. But if you do want to have company name and sectors and you know what else could you have in there? If you want to have things with long, you know, like the exchange, description, sector, subsector, industry, etc., even the company name that takes up a lot of space in a column heading, it'll be a problem. And I don't know what they can do. I've never had that, so it really is sort of irrelevant to me. But I don't know what they can do, to be honest. But I know what you're talking about. You're talking about, and you know, you should be able to grab that, and in some cases you can, but in other cases, you know, it seems it's a bit of a bear. I do get it. I do understand. Now the other thing is, I don't know if you're using this. Oops. I don't know. I don't know if you're using this in the options and layouts and auto size columns. I don't know if you've checked that. I don't know if that helps or not. Okay, I don't know if you've checked that or not. So if you haven't, maybe you can try that. Maybe that'll help. I really don't know. So again, that was from tools, options, layouts, and check auto size columns or uncheck it. I have it checked. Wow. You know, this one is sort of like the shorts guys, you know, that I like. But when you look at PRMW, you know, this is the sort of action I love to see on those short trades. Very steady. Not You don't want to see giant candles. I mean, hey, listen, if you're in a trade and you get a giant candle, great, as long as you trade out of it somewhat. But you want something that's kind of orderly, that doesn't almost draw attention. You know, because all of a sudden you get these you know, huge candles. It draws attention, and that's when people want to short them. So well, there's no I mean, for shorting, I mean, you can use something like this for shorting. You know, I mean, something that's showing, depends on what you're trying to short. If you're trying to short a top, something that's accelerating higher, you can use, even though it seems contrary, you can use a momentum scan. And then if you like to short, try to find tops to short and then hammer them down. But there's no one thing for shorting, if that's what you mean. You know, stocks that are moving down all day, you know, highlight them. I mean, right here, I've got this one moving lower, unusually strong options. You know, you can try that. But there's no one scan that says that this is the scan to use for shorting. All right, everybody, I just want to get my script together and take off. Okay, so we'll do this again tomorrow, and I think tomorrow might be the last good day in terms of, you know, this number of companies we have for earnings to take a look at. So, requiem for earnings week, or earnings season. Okay, guys, I'll open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. Have a great evening, and we'll see you then. Bye-bye.